Welcome to the Mockingbird Sessions, celebrating 25 years of music education. My name is Reed Mashevsky, and I am a proud board member with the Mockingbird Foundation. On behalf of the board, thank you for joining us this weekend. We look forward to sharing some incredible music with you as you learn about our fantastic organization. The Mockingbird Foundation is a nonprofit organization dedicated to improving access to musical education for America's youth. Over the course of the last quarter century, we have donated almost $2 million to schools, youth programs, and community organizations to enhance music and arts education for children and young musicians. We are an all-volunteer board. As we have no paid staff and very little overhead, approximately 97% of every dollar donated goes directly to support our mission of providing music education. Originally conceived by a small group of Phish fans in the summer of 1996 to curate and classify the music of Phish via the Phish Companion, the Mockingbird has expanded to musical recordings, art, publications, and now virtual streaming events. We would like to thank the artists, venues, sponsors, agents, and volunteers who have put in so much time and so much effort to make this weekend possible. As you get to know the Mockingbird better this weekend, we urge you, please consider making a donation so that we can continue to provide music education. Visit us at mbird.org, and there you can learn all about our past projects, as well as how you can help us in the future. Once again, thank you for joining us this weekend. Enjoy the music, and we look forward to seeing you at a show soon.
Welcome, everyone, to the music education panel discussion for the Mockingbird Sessions. My name is Andrew Hitz, and I am on the board of directors of the Mockingbird Foundation. And I am joined by an unbelievable panel here that I have put together, which I'm going to introduce in just a second. If you happen to be here because you know one of these amazing musicians but are not familiar with the Mockingbird Foundation, we are a nonprofit who has over the last 25 years, this is our 25th anniversary celebration, we have awarded about $1.8 million in grants in all 50 states in support of children having music education opportunities. But I am joined by five really, really great musicians who I have the privilege of knowing and of working with all of them in different capacities over the years. I'm going to go around the horn on my screen. I have no idea what it's going to look like on anyone else's screen. First up is Joseph Alessi, who is the principal trombone of the New York Philharmonic. I grew up, and Joe was one of my heroes growing up, which is just me very, very politely pointing out that he's significantly older than I am. But no, he's considered by many to be the greatest trombone player alive, and it is great to have you here, Joe. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here.
And then underneath Joe, we've got Zach Brock of Snarky Puppy. And I did not grow up idolizing Zach because he was just one of my college knucklehead friends who ended up becoming famous. But we kind of had a feeling that was going to happen because he was a freak in college, and he still is. So Zach, it's great to have you.
Thank you. It's great to be here.
Yeah. And also, there's a lot of Phish fans are going to be listening to this and watching this. Everyone should know that I rode in Zach Brock's car to get to the Mud Island Tweezer. So that I'm like forever. I should put him in my will for that. Actually, we drove that poor Honda Accord into the ground. So yeah, that was done by the time we got done with it. All right, below that is Dr. Michael W. Nickens, who is so both Michael and Chanel, as you're about to hear, they both have a lot of titles, like in a good way. It's like you kind of like, do I say all of it? How much time do we have? But Doc Nix, he also goes by. He's even got like multiple names. It's very confusing. But Michael is a composer. He is a conductor. He's a band leader. He's an arranger. He's a tuba player. He's a community organizer. He wears a lot of hats, and he wears them all really well. Michael, it's great to have you.
Appreciate you. Thanks for having me on this. This is really exciting.
It's the first time I've ever called you Michael. Was that as awkward
Yeah, actually,
on your end?
Yeah. Yes. Good to see you, Andrew.
He's Mike to me, and I just called him Michael, so maybe I'll call him Zachary too, just to make things super awkward. Next up is Chanel Critchlow, who is out in Los Angeles. She is a songwriter. She's a band leader. She's an entrepreneur. She's a tuba player. She's a badass flugelbone player. I'm missing some stuff. You rap, you do, did I say produce? There's enough that I'm repeating myself and I'm not even noticing, but Chanel, it's awesome to have you.
Thank you for having me. Great to be here. Hey, everybody.
And last but not least is probably the person who needs the least introduction, at least in terms of the Fish fans that are going to be watching this. And his name is Don Hart. Don, how are you?
Doing fine, Andrew. Thank you.
And yeah, of course, Don is a composer and an arranger and a teacher out of Nashville, and he has been collaborating with Trey Anastasio for years. And actually, before we get to the actual music education part, I need to point out that Joe Alessi got me and a friend of mine into the dress rehearsal for Trey Anastasio at Carnegie Hall, which is when I met Don, because Don had a score. So I sat behind him creeper style and chatted him up. And then we became really good friends. And then that led to me talking to Trey and getting him to play the second Jam and Mike song again for the first time in 15 years. So Joe Alessi was indirectly responsible for bringing back the second Jam and Mike song, which means nothing to Joe, but that really impresses a lot of very nerdy people like me. So Joe, thank you.
I think really you should thank yourself, because you were begging me. You wouldn't leave me alone.
I wouldn't leave you alone. I begged him, and then I bothered Don, and then I bothered Trey. I have no problem bothering people, so which is very on brand for 2021. But anyway, moving right along. So we are here to talk about music education, and everyone on this panel teaches in various capacities. Some at the collegiate level, some. Just lots of different levels, but all of us were deeply impacted by music education, which is and music educators, which is of course the whole reason that the Mockingbird Foundation exists, is so that we can give those opportunities to more and more people. And so we're going to start with Joe, because actually Joe is on the road and was very, very kind to fit this in. He's going to have to peace out at some point, which you can just kind of do that, no worries. But we're going to start with Joe. Is there a music educator from your past who had a big impact on you as a person or as a musician?
Yes, I think there were several, but the first one was my father, because he taught me from the beginning. And after that, I would say my band director, who was very dedicated to his students, Gordon Lowe, who has passed away. And then after that, my teachers at Curtis Institute, Glenn Dotson and Dee Stewart. And anyway, all these educators molded everything I do today. So, and without them, I don't know where I would be, but they shaped my vision about music. And my father was also very charitable about giving lessons himself. And Wynton Marsalis asked him if he would teach an underprivileged trumpet student, and my dad went ahead and gave him free lessons. And I actually did that myself with the very famous trombonist Jim Markey. And Jim came over to my house, and I gave him free lessons.
Well, he turned out okay.
Yeah, he sure did.
He's one of the best, classical orchestral trombone players like Joe. They're on the same tier. There's not a lot of room on that tier. They're both on that tier. So, that's really great. Zach, how about you? What was there a music educator or music educators that made a big difference in your life?
Definitely. Like Joe, it kind of goes back to my family. My grandfather was also a trombone player, and he was a band director. My mom also became a music educator and was teaching in the public schools in Lexington for a while. And I think like all violinists, because we start so young, it's like sort of there's a blurred line between the music educators and just our family and our teachers at a certain point. But I, for sure would not be talking to you right now. I wouldn't even probably be alive were it not for Dr. Myron Cartman at Northwestern, who taught me so much about music and about life, but really taught me how he taught me the joy of deepening my musical experience and my knowledge, and he made me almost fanatical about it, and I have him to thank for that, for sure.
Wow, how did he do that? That's a pretty big gift.
Yeah, he's a big personality. I think probably a lot of us here have been, we've had these people come through our lives. Some of them are more low key. Dr. Myron Cartman was not really low key. So, I mean, how did he do it? I mean, there's no way I don't want to take up all the time, but there was an aesthetic. There was a sort of unspoken learning to savor certain aesthetics of music, and then the joy of solving the technical problems to, to be able to craft those things and make those decisions yourself. And it just became, much more interesting than just picking up your axe and sawing away.
Those are the skills that translate to everything in life too. That's really great. That's good teaching. That's the stuff that I resonated with as a kid and still to this day. That's awesome. How about you, Dr. Nickens?
This would be a real great time to honor the late Toby Hanks, who, man, one of the main things he said to me, I stayed with him 5 years, 3 years at Manhattan and 2 years at Yale. One of the things that he said to me that's really stuck with me was, I don't know what you're going to do, but I know you're going to be successful at it. And thinking back to the way I picked my own repertoire in many ways, coupled with things that he'd lay out for me and we'd work together on, the way he allowed me to put my own compositions on my recitals, even if they weren't for tuba, which was just a nice, fresh and wonderful way to make room for a young composer. And then, just like even getting to Yale, I had been out of school for a year and I was stringing together some gigs and stringing together some teaching. And then he came down to DC to do a concert, and I was literally just bringing him a mouthpiece back that I had of his. And he asked me what I was doing, and I was trying to explain it to him. And he's like, well, why are you doing all that? And I'm like, well, I'm trying to get some money together so I can go to grad school. And then I just kind of chipped away. I was like, hey, what's going on at Yale? And he's like, you want to go to Yale? And then within like 48 hours, it was set up and I was going to go, and it worked out great. But it was that main thing of him just sort of not worrying too much about what the destination was going to be, because we were so enjoying just our process together and exploration. And of course, with some of the projects he was involved in, he was not shy of going in some direction that was, just his, and then, but the way that connected me with Manhattan and Yale, I mean, besides just his lessons, giving me access to amazing teachers and ensembles and just, the resources and the locations. He took a chance on me, and I'll definitely say it paid off, for me. I hope it honors him, as well. But for me, it got me where I'm going, and I'm able to, do the things that I dreamed of being, and even some of the responsible adult things I'm supposed to do.
Well, let's not exaggerate, Michael. That's awesome. What a gift for that's one of the cool things about music and about the arts, is that the best teachers from elementary school or even earlier with string piano, they can start like crazy early, or just kids singing, all the way up through graduate school at Yale. It's like you can really teach. You can allow people to be themselves, and there's just like this giant hoop that you get to jump through, at least with the good teachers, which is that's awesome. All right, how about you, Chanel?
Yeah, it's crazy hearing Michael talk about Toby because I studied with Toby as well. But I'll just, go back to my middle school teacher, Mr. Pitt, out here in New York City school system. And it was one of those things where I didn't know what a tuba was before I saw it in middle school. And he was one of the first teachers to really look at me and say, yo, I think this person has potential. And I think that is as much teaching as it is showing someone how to buzz on a mouthpieces, giving them the attention and hope and belief that they can do something with themselves, with their body, or with their mind. And so I'm gonna give it to him for just opening up my eyes to music in that kind of way. But I have a lot of people, Toby Hanks, who I spent 4 years with at MSM, and then Velvet Brown. I learned a lot from Velvet by just listening to her before I even studied with her. And then people like, Bob Stewart and Howard Johnson, who their gems were just talking. There was no playing, just sitting down talking. And I learned a lot of life lessons, and I learned how to be, to be a chameleon in some ways, because I think as a low brass player, as a tuba player, you really have to find work for yourself and create your own work. And that's probably one of the most important lessons I would learn from Bob and from Howard.
That's great. There are a number of people, I bet, who are going to be watching this who don't know those names, but I bet just about everybody has seen The Last Waltz, and Howard Johnson, who Chanel just mentioned, is the tuba player. And you want to get blown away, search Howard Johnson on Wikipedia and see the list of people, and Bob Stewart too. I mean, but like Howard, we just lost recently, as with Toby, the list of people that he played with is stunning. All right, Don Hart.
Yeah, I just wanted to. One thing I noticed, if it wasn't said outright, but I think it was at least implied, that I think all these teachers that everybody has mentioned instilled a love of music in their student, in them, and in all their students. And once you have that established, then you're prepared to take further instruction and run with it, and you see the results. That for me, that happened early on in my family. Like Joe mentioned, my dad had the classical music station on all the time, and we were listening to music, and it was reinforced at church, and then when I got to grade school, we had this teacher that I was lucky enough to have both the 3rd and 6th grade, and she did all the musicals, played piano, and I had 2 years of her playing the piano for us, and us just having a really nice general music situation, where I think a lot of kids don't really have that, and it just opens your mind up to so many possibilities. And again, it helped instill that love of music. And I don't know, that's a start. And there's a lot of other people throughout my life that I'm eternally grateful to as well.
Sure. Yeah, I'm going to answer this one too. My first band director, whose name was Bob Mealy, who actually became Dr. Bob Mealy after. It's funny. I didn't realize that my first year in elementary school band was his second year out of undergrad, which to me, at that age is like it's binary, right? You're an adult or you're not an adult, and he was barely an adult, but I didn't know that at the time. Um, he um, he gave me I caught on like really 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 quickly, like the exact opposite of my experience with basically everything else in life until then. And I started taking private lessons from him right away. And it was like, I don't know, maybe the next year. So he's not getting paid that much. He's got no nest egg. He's young. Like it was maybe a year and a half in when he said to my parents, he was a trumpet player. He was a great teacher, but he told them, he said, your son needs to be studying with a low brass player because I've taught him like as much as I can right now. And so he was handing off like income, which I'm sure was meaningful. I then got handed off to a guy named Peter Sorelli, who was a trombone player. I stayed with him for 1 year. And at the end of this was not, he and Mr. Mealy did not communicate at all. He said at the end of a year, he said to my parents, your son needs to be studying with a tuba player. Like he handed me off. I mean, it's just like, just completely. I mean, and he was the assistant jazz band director, at the high school. But yeah, again, both of them giving up money. And also, I was a dedicated student. Those are the fun kind to teach, right? So like I was dedicated. I mean, probably some weeks more than others, but like overall, I was a good student to teach. And I'm like, my parents are giving them money every week. And I was just like, my path is just littered with people who were like putting my needs, not first, as like that was it. And which is just so lucky. And then, of course, I met Sam Palafian, who also we've been losing a lot of great great musicians of late. It feels like, but Sam also just like always. I mean, the number of opportunities that he gave to me is just like can't even begin to put into words. But I just feel so incredibly lucky. And the other thing, which I can kind of segue into this, but the other thing that I feel incredibly lucky is that I grew up in a town where the band program, there was a tuba for me to use at the elementary school, and it worked. And like the valves worked great. Wasn't pretty, but it worked. And there was like a mouthpiece, and like, it was like I had so many resources at my disposal, which is, the number of grant applications that we get for the Mockingbird Foundation can be really overwhelming. The number of places some that have instruments and need money to be able to just like repair them. It's like we've got like 8 xylophones, that we use but like 3 of them are falling apart. Like one of them I bring I bring into school every day to like use my personal one. I mean, it's like these, it can be kind of heartbreaking, but I just happened through nothing I earned just to be in a place where the band room had working instruments and had a teacher who knew how to use them and taught me, as you all said, the love of music, which I'm forever grateful for all of that. So, and sadly, Dr. Mealy passed away way too young, just a few years ago as well. So a lot of, I'm getting to that age where like people are starting to disappear, which is like, yeah, it's rough. Not to make it about me, but it's just kind of like rite of passage, right? Where it's like not the good kind either. So, let's, before that gets like dark and depressing, let's swing back to Joe Alessi. What lessons did you learn from studying music as a child? It could be musical or just about life in general.
Yeah, and going fire away after that, the final question, because I'll probably have to leave, unfortunately. This sounds, what an interesting conversation to hear everybody talk about this. I'd just like to say one other thing about my father,
Please.
because he left the Metropolitan Opera and a big career in New York to teach out in California, and he became a junior high band director, and a junior college band director, and he gave up this big career to be an educator. And so he, at City College of San Francisco was kind of a rough school. And even he was teaching his theory class one day, and to show you how, you have to, you know, you have to be ready for anything when you're an educator. So he was teaching his theory class, and he felt something cold, on his neck, and it was a student who was upset and had a gun to his neck, believe it or not, and say, hey, what's going on? And he said, well, Mr. Lessie, you gave me an F in theory class, and he said, listen, I'd be happy to change your grade, right now. And anyway, but just when you're in the trenches as an educator, you have to deal with all kinds of different things. And luckily, he survived to tell that story. And but also, I just want to say about Glenn Dotson. In my lesson, he said, would you be interested in playing in the Philadelphia Orchestra next year, and for a year? So something like that. You don't expect anything like that. And I have to thank him immensely. I would like to, Glenn for me was like Sam for you. Mm-hmm. And I think about my father and Glenn Dotson all the time. And I wish I could pick up the phone and call these people and just thank them, for setting me straight and helping me along the way. But yes, what was the next question?
What lessons did you learn, either musical or life in general, as the result of studying music when you were a kid?
Well, my father, I keep coming back to him, but musically, he taught me never to rush as a music student. Okay, I know that's about music, but when he taught you rhythm, it was very clear how he taught it to me. 1, 2, and 3, 4. Never to rush. And if you rushed, you heard about it. So he was a bit old school that way, but he taught me how to practice. He taught me what practicing was about, how to structure your practicing as a student. He knew all the meat and potatoes types of exercises and books that were taught to him. So tradition is huge when it comes to teaching, and he just passed that along to me, and I pass that along to my students as well. So fundamentals, of course, but being prepared is very important, and knowing, also telling me or informing me, hey, you can practice too much, as a student. And that was as a brass player, you have to know when to stop. And he called me Joey. Said, and he had the Brooklyn accent. He said, "Hey, Joey, don't you think you practiced enough today?" And so things like that, which are important. And so yes, those were the terrific things about him.
That's awesome. Sometime when I'm feeling brave, I'm going to call you Joey. It's not tonight, but it's going to happen. So, well, Joseph, Dr. Alessi, I just gave you an honorary doctorate. I know you got to run, but thank you so much for the time tonight.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
And I deep respect to all my friends on the panel here, and I wish you all the best, and hope to see you soon, Andrew.
Yeah, sounds good.
Okay, take care.
All right. Yep. Take care.
Bye-bye.
All right, let's mix up the order here a little bit. Not to put you on the spot, let's go to Chanel to answer this next, just so it's not like the same around the horn like 4 times.
Yeah. I guess for me, I think one of the things that I learned that was most impactful to me is storytelling, like stories, like putting stories onto like bordonis, just as a way to ask myself what it's trying to express. And I think as like a 15-year-old kid, I thought that was a real pivotal time to kind of explore that. Um, Not only using the guidance of the teacher to help me on phrasing or whatever it is, but to kind of put it on me to understand, make up anything, you know, that I feel this piece is trying to tell me. And I think, you know, you could use that like later down in life, you know. But it also kind of gave me the perspective of that musicality for me was starting to become my strong suit through storytelling, through, you know, imagination. And I thought like that was really cool. I thought that was one of the coolest points for me. I remember the first time listening to like Mahler. I forget which one, but I remember thinking it was. I remember thinking it was awful. You know, not awfully written. Just I remember thinking that I'd never heard anything like that. Um, it was seemed a little bit menacing, but once I was able to put a story on it, it kind of felt a little bit more comfortable. I could kind of see the composer's what I thought maybe that he was saying a little bit clearer. So I thought the idea of storytelling was in terms of like how to like be a musical person was one of the more interesting things I learned, perspectives as a young kid.
Oh, that's great. And like so much of life is storytelling, right? Like parenting, as you know, is storytelling. I mean, you know, getting kids to try food is storytelling. Networking is storytelling. I mean, everything. Like, yeah, that's really valuable.
Shout out to Jennifer Rain. Jennifer Rain taught me that. Shout out to her.
Awesome. Let's see here. How about Don Hart? You're still muted,
Okay.
Don. There you go.
I was looking for the button.
All good.
Uh, well, as an arranger and composer, you know, I think whether I knew it or not, I was learning how to listen analytically. I remember the first time I was in a children's choir, I think in second grade, and I sang. I was selected to sing the harmony part, and remember the first time singing harmony note was just exhilarating. It just was like a double take on it, and I think those sorts of things also at home. You know, again, like listening to all that classical music. You know, that was sinking in, and I've gone back and listened to things that I hadn't listened to in years, and you know, I hear them differently these days, you know. So that, you know, that was just one of the things I think, you know, thinking back about it, I think that's one. Also, another big thing was just being prepared. You know, if you show up and you're supposed to be able to play or sing something and you can't,
Yeah.
but it's all over.
Yeah. That's great. All right, Dr. Nickens.
And I'll piggyback on that one because I was thinking about it. It's a similar story with my high school choir director who gave me a solo, and I was supposed to meet with him after school, and I didn't end up meeting with him after school, and it was harsh at the time. And he said, if you fall on your face, it's all on you, because I didn't take the time to meet with him, and I could not get through it. I started singing, I did not know the lyrics, and it totally happened. And just recognizing that, you know, he gave me every opportunity to get the help, and I didn't accept it, and it was on me. But that's not what I was going to bring up. What I was going to bring up,
nightmare material.
I'm saying, you know, totally. But also pointing out that I had the power. If I plan in advance, I got the power to avoid it. You know. So yeah. So two quick ones on others from that same high school. I wrote all the music for Merry Wives of Windsor. I got to sit in the pit with my synthesizer and my tuba and a couple percussion instruments, and I just composed this like scene change music and overture and whatever.
Awesome.
But I came to like the tech week and I wasn't ready on any of it. I didn't know what to do. They asked me to do this. I had no experience really. And the Robin Bennett was the drama teacher, and she just go. I played her a couple things that I was thinking of, and she didn't have any patience for it because they were so low intention. And she goes, "You got 15 minutes until we run the scene, so have something in 15 minutes." And it all just fell out of me, and is what we ended up using. And it was just like something about that pressure, like two stories of pressure, one where I crumbled and the other where I flew, right? And it's like I needed to find the cipher, I needed to find the access point. And in this case, it was trying to get at, you know, those kinds of things we say to ourselves. Well, is it a love song or a pirate song? And then you kind of move into it from that. In this case, I had some lyrics, and it's like, well, what do these lyrics feel like? And what kind of song is it? Is there a dance to it? Can we use that dance in the overture? And then there's where it went. That's exactly what happened. And then the second thing I was going to say on the same one, another high school story with my marching band. Because after I did a summer tour with the cadets of Bergen County, called the Cadets now, came back to my high school as a drum major, and of course now I know everything about marching, and I'm going to be the one that saves our marching band, right? And Steve Rice, my band director, it was his first year at West Potomac. He's been there ever since. You know, that was a minute ago when he started. But he was watching me take away opportunities from the other student leaders because I wanted to do everything myself. And one, just the thought of like, be generous and let other people have a shot, but also leverage that you have a team here, and you can't do it all yourself. There'll be no team, and there's too much to do. And all of that came from this one little thing about trying to teach some freshmen how to march 8 to 5 or something, like just something simple like that, and let the section leader just do it, and don't get in the way of it. So in one is like the duality there is, on the one case, it's like when you're there and the pressure's on you, you will be able to show up and do something. You got to let it find that inspirational thing, and it gives you access, and let it flow. And on the other one is let other people have that same opportunity and get out of their way, and then you can really build community because you allowed everyone a shot at being in the driver's seat.
Wow, that's great teaching. I did not know that Steve Rice was your band director.
I was his first drum major at West Potomac.
Wow. There you have it. All right, Zach.
Yeah. Wow. Everything that everybody is saying is, yeah, it's tripping, you know, certain switches in my brain. I'm like, oh yeah, that. Oh yeah, that too. Yeah, that. So I feel like just telling a story along the lines of what everybody's told. But
you could just be Flavor Flav for the call and just, you know,
yeah,
just
exactly.
Scream, yeah.
Yeah.
That's usually my job.
You know, something that Chanel said back in the first question resonated, and I think it's, you know, I'll use that for this story. So moving away from my college teacher, and kind of like you two hits, Andrew. You know, I went through a certain period of not a lot, but you know, shifting teachers and stuff like that. When I first started as a kid, like a 4-year-old kid or something, you know, I had the same teacher until I was, you know, I don't know, 10 or 11 or something like that. And then I started studying with a friend of the family who was in the Philharmonic where I grew up. And by the time I got to 10th grade, that was kind of when I was starting to actually get, you know, serious about playing, you know, the violin, maybe in college, maybe, I don't know. I didn't really have a plan. I didn't have a life plan. And, but he wanted me to study with this guy who's a great violinist from New York, who had been the concertmaster of the Louisville Symphony, a guy named Peter McHugh. And Peter was a great teacher, and he was coming down to Lexington where I lived and teaching some. And so I started studying with him, I think as a junior in high school. And so now to the point of my story, which is what he taught me. And I think that, you know, great teachers have such a profound impact on a kid, a child, you know, of that age. It's really, you know, even if there are, even if you come from an ideal situation where your parents are supporting your music and, trying to help you in every way, there are stumbling blocks for some of us that pop up along the way. Now, for me, it was that, well, you know, I didn't know, I hadn't studied enough of the romantic concertos, and with violinist, there's a huge amount of repertoire, and it can be this very sort of like, well, then you do this and you must do this before you pass on to this, and don't even dare think about that until you cross this threshold, and all that. And so my first lesson with Peter McHugh, he just said, "What do you want to play?" And I said, "Oh, I don't know. I just I just played the Brook Concerto, and I don't know, maybe." And he's like, "No, what do you want to play? Like, what's your favorite piece?" And I was like, "The Bach Chaconne." But I was thinking like, "Oh, no, not until I'm 21 years old am I gonna, just like whatever, I was setting up barriers, that I was already inventing at the tender age of, 15 or whatever. I was already putting up stumbling blocks for myself. It took a teacher like Peter McHugh to just gleefully rip them apart. Just be like, "God, all that, that's crap." It's like, you can play anything you want. You can play anything you want. It doesn't mean that you're going to play it the best that you're ever going to play it right now, but you can definitely start playing it right now. And so get the Bach, get the sonatas and partitas, and I'll see you next Wednesday, and we're going to start on this one. And, or no, we started right on the Chaconne. What am I saying? Like, we actually started on the Chaconne and then like worked our way back in that partita. So that just had this, the effect that had on me was really emboldening me in my musical choices, which I think definitely popped up later in other ways, because my job now is I don't go out into the world and play the Bach Chaconne for people, but it was that same kind of intention. It was the same kind of inner trust that you have to make bold decisions, about following your fascination in music. And he gave that to me as a lesson that's just very, very easy to remember. I'll never forget it, and it stayed with me. It doesn't even feel diminished. I'm sure that you all have these, we've all had these. It's like one of these peak experiences, right? Where like when you start talking about it or thinking about it, it's as strong feeling as it was the moment it happened.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's my story.
Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, sorry, go ahead, Don.
Yeah, can I just kind of piggyback on what
Please.
Zach said? This wasn't my teacher. It was actually a friend of mine who taught my two children piano during their high school years. And the thing that she did with each of them, and right out of the gate, is she, found out what they were playing, and talked to them a little bit, and picked a piece of music that they loved right out of the gate when they started studying with her. And again, it kind of goes back to, instilling a love for music. But, it got them excited, it just sent them off on their way. So it was just reminded me of that.
Yeah. Awesome. Yeah. That's something that I actually kind of took for granted, Zach, and you just kind of made me appreciate it, is that, how many hours, Zach, did you and I spend in a practice room, like late at night, when we were relaxed and the lights were out and we were just playing like what the hell ever, right? Just completely improvising on just whatever fell out of your violin or my tuba or Russell's horn or, Ben's euphonium, whatever, right? But I had teachers who encouraged me to play whatever the hell I wanted to. And I just never really thought about it, because like the my instrument, the tuba, the tradition is not nearly as like strong and rigid as violin. You know, violin, there's like, if you're not a part of that world, it's like you would find it hard to believe like how rigid. Like, here is the map, and you are going to follow the map. Here is the route. I have highlighted it, and if you deviate at all, I mean, not everyone's like that, but that's very real. And of course, I gravitated towards the people because of my teachers, like you, who was just like, you know, what do we want to play? I don't know. Let's just play. Great. Let's make some sounds together. And some of it wasn't that good, and some of it was like, we were like, you know, we get done, we're like, well, okay, that was great, you know. And we had some people who listened who would, you know, confirm. So in terms of what I learned as a kid, one memory is coming up very strongly, which is that when I was in the seventh grade, and Mr. Mealy said that he wanted to have us do a brass quintet. He was like looking to give me some challenges, you know, because there's the tuba parts in a middle school band are not that challenging. Doesn't matter how good the band is, and he played along with us because the trumpets weren't the strongest group in the, weren't the strongest section in the group, but he like played along with one of the parts. So there was actually 6 of us, but it was 5 students and him, and we sat down for rehearsal, and we played, we read this, very simple piece, but we read it together, and then we all stopped, and then we all turned to Mr. Mealy, and he was in a loving and supportive way. He's like, this is your band. Like, you decide. Like, I'm not, because conductors, in general, especially a middle school band, it's not a democracy, right? I mean, that would the kind of it's not even a representative democracy. It's just kind of the band director needs to tell you, okay, we're going to start here. We're going to do this, we're going to try this louder, this shorter, this whatever. But this was, chamber music, where it was like, he was like, try it, right? It's like the difference between being a cook and being a chef, right? A cook is like, you follow a recipe, which that's not easy. And there's an art form to that. And you go to a Waffle House and somebody who nails every order, that's like really, really, really impressive. They know where's extra hot on the griddle and not, I mean, that's like, so it's not that's easy, but like, you want over easy eggs to be the same every time. Whereas a chef is like, takes 2 random flavors and combines them, and then like to form something crazy. And it's like, and he was teaching us as like middle school kids to be chefs, and we weren't any good. It's like we weren't good chefs. It's not like we were, making fine meals, but he empowered us. And like the real lesson there was like, no hits, no every other kid in that band. It's like, no, you can be a chef. You're not as good at being a chef as me, because I'm like the old age of 23, but like, you can be you are a chef. If you say you're a chef, you're a chef. And that was like, that bled over into everything. I mean, not like I was coming up with my own, equations for math class, but that bled into every single aspect of my life. Was just that, like, yeah, I'm a kid, but it just means I haven't been doing it as like, what a gift, right? That's what I keep hearing over and over again, is just like gifts that those of us who have kids, like, we would pay any amount of money to have our kids get these kind of gifts, like empowering, like everything. And people without kids would do the same for anybody that they love. And the beautiful thing is we just have to make sure that music education is available to every single kid in this like disgustingly wealthy country. That's it. Every single kid needs to have access to music education. And when the teachers have the equipment, then it's easy to teach the kids, which is easy to then go and do I was going to say dog and pony show, and that makes it sound bad. I don't mean that. I mean, just like, outward facing, right? That's something that Dr. Nickens here understands very well. It's not just how well his band plays, which it plays its ass off, the Green Machine at George Mason University, but it's like, he's integrated into the community, and that's like, and the musical quality has to be there, or else the integration, not that it doesn't happen, but it's not effective, right? But it's like, yeah, it makes music educators' jobs easier. Like the equipment's there, and then they do the magic, and then they show the community the magic, and then they don't have to justify their jobs. They don't have to justify their budgets. It's like, it's literally, they need funding. That's like literally what they need. is funding. And so thank you to everybody who is watching this, who has donated even $1 to Mockingbird Foundation or to any of the other. There's some really some other great charities that do some really great work in music education. All right, we got just a few minutes left, but I wanted to give everybody a chance to like and this is something that each of us could talk for 45 minutes easily. But the last question is why you think music education is so important. And so this is going to be a good exercise for all of us to like distill this down to a couple of minutes. Chanel, you're first.
Andrew, yeah, I'll hop in because what you were saying just now, just like, I don't know, I really felt that because it is so much about community, and I feel like, I teach privately, so I don't really understand what it's like to teach a huge band of kids, but I feel strongly that, like, when I'm like with my students, it's about them, and I feel like it's music education for everyone is the reason is because we don't expect everyone to be like in the New York Philharmonic or be like a gig musician, but I think that the life lessons that you learn from music education is huge, So when I'm teaching privately, I'm not only making sure that my kid has foundational skills and he is learning the next piece for where he wants to go and where he wants to progress to, but I'm checking in with him. I'm saying, how are you doing? Are you okay? Like, what's going on? To have another adult that cares about you just as much as a parent, but they aren't your parents, so you could come with them with different things. The first person I ever came out to was my private teacher. I told her the first time, I think I'm gay. What do I do? So it's like it's so much more for the community than just like I want to be the best musician ever. It's so much more. So I just want to like kind of piggyback on what you're saying, that music education brings so much more to the table than just like I want to make this kid like a star. So I just want to we're doing a lot more work that we're doing a lot, like we're doing some different work here, with these students. Yeah.
Chanel, I don't want to like come at you here, but it was pretty rude that you didn't go last, because nobody's going to have a better answer than you just gave for that question. So you've just like set the bar impossibly high. These guys are all going to be banging their heads into it.
Well,
so
Andrew, it's your fault because you were talking about the community, and it got me thinking, like, that there's a bigger role. Is all I was saying.
That's great. No, it was. I could not have summed that up any better. That was awesome. All right, I'll throw Zach under the bus to have to go after that. So, Zach, how about you? What's your soundbite for why music education is so important?
Why music education? Because it instills the confidence in kids that they can solve problems that they don't have the answers ready-made for. It's just an incredibly empowering thing. So much of music is so abstract. The first time you have to sing a harmony note, or the first time, whatever, the first time you have to play this rhythm, and all of the things that we do, as professional musicians, it's incredible. It's this other language, and when you start doing it, it's not something that you have ever done before. So I think that, I understand why people also in this country lean heavily on all of the non-musical attributes of music in order to kind of, get people frothy about, why music is important. But of course, it's much deeper than that too. It's, it's a profound cross-generational, cross-cultural, form of expression that we're the only, well, I guess you could say the blue whales maybe, but in the way that we make music, and the way that we communicate through it, is one of the most profound human gifts. So, it's not just something to do to get ahead, or to be to make you feel more confident, which, it will, but in a certain sense that it's everyone's birthright, as a human being. And it's something that we all have the opportunity to be custodians of this birthright, and it couldn't be more important.
Wow. Look at that. He stepped up right after in the huge shadow of Chanel's like bombshell of an answer. And that was good. I try not to say nice things about my friends, but that was super articulate, Zach. All right, Don, how about you?
Well, I'll just I'll go with a teamwork aspect of it. I mean, you know, if especially in a smaller ensemble, but in any ensemble, if the part's not there, the whole is lacking, and you're, you know, yes, it's a responsibility, but it's also an exhilaration when it is there. And there are also, I mean, you know, I dare say I'm the oldest one on this page here right now, but there are pieces that I remember, you know, playing in band in high school that I'll never forget. I mean, you know, I can draw them up anytime inside of me, and there's this joy, you know, and it's totally indescribable to a non-musician. You can't explain that stuff. So it's, but it's real, and it's there for everybody if we'll give them a chance.
Oh, it's awesome. And I'm sure you don't remember that like it was yesterday because it was perfectly in tune, or because it was perfectly balanced, or because it was, you know, the vibrato of the flute solo matched the vibrato of the clarinet. You know, like no, it's just there's just something that like you can experience either as a listener or as the performer or as the composer, that like if you know, you know. And it's available to anybody, whether they have been studying for 20 years or 20 minutes. It's incredible.
And I know I'm robbing from Michael here, but real quick, I just have to say, yeah, so emphatic yes to the music for the non-professional is so important. It adds so much to somebody's life, you know.
Yeah.
Just
yes. Yeah, absolutely. I don't want to speak on behalf of the entire Mockingbird Foundation, but like if our grants help to craft somebody who becomes the next, you know, Chanel or Zach or Don, then awesome. But that's not the goal, right? The goal is is for everybody to have, you know, music just be a part of their being. The world needs more art. Maybe you guys haven't noticed, but yeah, the world's a little bit messed up right now. So yeah, we can use the art. So Michael Nickens.
So I want to try and synthesize all this because I think it all comes together on a couple points. One of them is music education is important because education is important. And as many have seen me do, I go around, I don't even ask the question if someone's a musician or not. I just try to find out what kind of musician they are, what's their relationship to music, and how's music in their lives. And every single access point, for instance, with the Green Machine, there's no barrier to entry. You just showing up is the barrier to entry. And one of the things that I think it's like, you know, we don't take a second when we say education and think of like STEM or something like that as you know, it's got the market share, right? It's got the people understand how studying science and technology and engineering and mathematics are an education. And the thing that's so funny is we work so hard even to talk about putting the A in and calling it STEAM, but the reality is the arts is STEM also. It's like we're studying technology, we're studying science, we're studying mathematics, we're studying engineering also. We might have a little bit of a different goal in mind, or maybe we don't. Maybe we don't have a different goal in mind. Maybe it's like the ultimate manifestation of STEM is arts. And it just all depends on how people connect the dots for you and what your own experience is. And if that's sort of a possibility of culmination, you know, the importance of music education, and more importantly, the importance of education, because I don't want to separate the two. It's possible that the reason why we haven't figured out how to make it all work is because we haven't figured out how to make it, how to take the arts. It's like the key to it is an involvement in the arts. It's like if we can figure out how to make the concert crowd and the party crowd mixed together, if we can make the people who, think it's damning to dance on one side and the other people who worship by dancing, if we can get that together, that's the thing that's going to make us understand that it all can fit together. And the carrier wave of sound and, the intention that we can put into a sculpture or a painting or a story, all these different ways, a dance, all these different things. This is how we're going to solve figuring out how we're one people, and how everyone you see is your brother, how everyone you see is your sister, how everyone you see is you. And maybe that can happen by getting your math problems right, or maybe it can happen by putting beautiful intent and meaning not only into the art, but then learning how to draw it out of the art, and all the technology, all the science, and all the engineering, all the math that goes into making that possible. So it's something like that.
I love that.
Yeah, that was awesome. See, now I've backed myself into a corner because now everyone has gone after Chanel and done amazing except for me. So there's only one person left who might fall on their face, and it's me. No, I mean, I think, and these have all been said before, earlier in this discussion, but the fact that it empowers people, right? Especially in school, a lot of school is about compliance. And, at least a lot of like structured school is about compliance, and music and the arts just gives us the opportunity to express ourselves and gives us permission to express ourselves. And I'm not talking about in a career sense. Like I was talking with Zach about the map and the violin thing. That was specifically talking about like a, career in violin. Here's the map. But there are so many maps that we're given as kids. It's like you can do this and then you do this and then you do this. No, you can't do that, or you can't do that yet, or whatever. And when you grab a pair of sticks and start banging on stuff in time, or when you like are singing with a gospel choir, or when you're, buzzing your lips into a tuba for the first time, there's just, it's not that there's no structure at all, but there's just like, it's like the map is just wide open, not to like beat that, analogy into the ground, but it's wide open. And that was so eye-opening to me. And I also, like Zach said, I don't like it when we really stress like we need band and orchestra and choir in school because it raises test scores. Like, I mean, when you market, you got to speak the language of the people you're marketing to. And if you're justifying your job, I'm not being critical of anybody who's literally just trying to justify that their position either exists or stays full time that uses that. But it's like, just the whole discovery of sounds and of art and of your own opinions and of working with others. And as I think it was Don said earlier, we're like relying on people, and like, you let people down. You don't like, it's like empowering others, as Michael talked about. It's just all like there's this beautiful synthesis of all of that, which is music. And then, it gives you like goosebumps on top of it, So, yeah, this is awesome. I'm going to compliment myself for selecting such an awesome panel. So, because, and it's just like, I have amazing friends. I have been, as everybody in this call will nod along, like we've all just been really spoiled with who we've gotten to work with in this business. And what I gave you guys the questions we were going to talk about, like what, a full hour ago? Like, so like, like I was like, oh, I should email it. It still counts if it's like 60 minutes ahead of time. Right. But I knew that this specific collection of people was gonna, like we come from very different backgrounds. We do very different things within the business. And yet, as you just heard, there's like, it almost sounded like some of those answers, like we kind of spent a few hours like hashing it out, right? Okay, let's all hit on teamwork. Let's all hit, it's like, and we didn't. It's just so much commonality in the approach of, of artists, and especially the people who are really lucky to do this thing for a living, which all of us are. So, all right. Thank you, Don. Thank you, Zach. Thank you, Chanel. Thank you, Michael. And thank you, Joe, who was on earlier. And thank all of you for tuning in to the Mockingbird sessions. If you would like to learn more about Mockingbird, you can go to mbird.org. And if you happen to click on donate and happen to fork over your PayPal credentials, like that, you don't fork them over. You don't give us the keys. You just, if you want to make a donation, one thing, if you'd like, you can set like a $5 monthly donation, which is I'm allergic to monthly, subscriptions because I've got so many of them. But $5, you don't even notice it's gone. And I know that's only $60 a year, but 10 people do that, 100 people do that, and that's like a couple of of grants for high schools or middle schools where suddenly they're buying multiple clarinets with that. I mean, it's a minor amount, but it all helps. And if you're not able to give now, but you're just supporting us in other ways, thank you so much. And thank you all for your time. And that is going to do it for this panel discussion on music education.
Welcome to the Mockingbird Sessions Guitar Panel. We're here celebrating 25 years of the Mockingbird Foundation supporting music education for children. I'm Stephanie Jenkins. I'm a philosophy professor and director for the Mockingbird Foundation. I'm so excited to be here today with three incredible guitarists, Nels Klein, Scott Metzger, and Ari Joshua. We're here to discuss music education, improvisation, and all things guitar. Nels, Scott, and Ari, thank you so much for joining us today for this dialogue.
Thank you.
Yes. So to begin our conversation about the guitar in general for today, I'm hoping that we can start out by asking you all, what drove you to this particular instrument?
Who wants to go first?
Well, I'm the oldest here, so I'm going to go to say the obvious stuff, which is that I grew up in Los Angeles, California. When I was 10 years old, it was 1965. I heard the Byrds' Turn, Turn, Turn album as my ne'er-do-well friend Mitch and our sort of ne'er-do-well other friends in this apartment building that he lived in sat around trying to be like tough guys, smoking cigarettes and listening to the Byrds over and over again. Somewhere along the line, my twin brother Alex also got obsessed with the Rolling Stones, and we met a boy at school named Pat Pyle, who had an amazing drum technique already, and had a snare drum. And the combination of rock and roll on the radio, rock and roll on the stereo, and that snare drum, which had me and my brother grinning ear to ear as he showed us drum rudiments, led me to a life of music.
Yeah, for me, I think it was the first concert that I ever saw, which was the Ramones in Trenton, New Jersey, at a real famous, now defunct club called City Gardens. It's kind of an underground, legendary place. But I was already very into music, and I was in the school band and playing saxophone. At that point, I was in about the 9th grade, but I hadn't started playing the guitar yet. And I went to that show, and I remember I stood right in front of Johnny Ramone's amps that night, and I couldn't believe what I was experiencing when he started playing, just the power of him playing. And I just decided that night, I have to learn how to do that, And that was that was about 1994, I guess. But I can still remember that night like it was last week. It had that big of an effect on me, for sure. And I went home and I just started doing everything I had to do to start to make that happen. You know, started saving money and bought a guitar and learned every Ramones song under the sun after that. And here I am.
Love it.
Yeah, for me, I did go to a couple really amazing shows. I mean, I say this to my students and to my music friends all the time, but you know, I feel like I grew up in kind of a really special golden era of music. And I feel bad for the younger kids now, just because I had so much music going on when I was, you know, same age, around, you know, 14, 13 years old. You know, I got to see all the jazz legends while they were around, and you know, growing up in Seattle, I had the grunge thing going on. I saw the Dead and I saw Fish, all this stuff, like right in that golden 13, 14, 15, you know, area. But what got me into the guitar, you know, is my dad's record collection, really. You know, it's like my parents got divorced when I was pretty young, you know, and so in a way, like the way I had a connection with my dad, since he wasn't in the house, he left his record collection, and he had this incredible, amazing record collection of like Hendrix and, you know, all this jazz and great stuff. And I remember the record player and just the dots on it kind of spinning around and just listening to those records. And I was just mesmerized, and I just sort of almost knew right away. I mean, I remember like hanging out with him at a young age, and he would put like, you know, a record on or a tape on, and it would be Hendrix, and the way his face would light up when, you know, talking about the music. And I instantly like knew when I heard, almost like, I think Voodoo Child or something. And I was like, you know, how's he getting that sound, you know? So I got into it pretty young. My parents made me play piano for a while, and I didn't want to play piano. I really wanted to play guitar, you know? And the guy up the street ended up buying me a guitar when I was about 12, and that's how I got started.
Excellent. Well, I have to say, for me, the moment that I knew I wanted to play guitar for my life has to do with Jimi Hendrix. And
Yeah.
I was messing around. I mean, it's very important, I think, to note that in 1967, there was, you know, no rock and roll acceptability in societies at that point. You know, it was still basically a kind of rebel music, and the top 30 and top 40 radio was wide open. So it's this kind of combination of a lot of really safe kind of music, you know, hits like Ed Ames or Engelbert Humperdinck or Lulu. But then at the same time, James Brown, Smokey Robinson, and the Yardbirds, and this man Jimi Hendrix, who just happened to appear on the radio one afternoon on KHJ, I believe, the top 30. There were two stations, KRLA and KHJ. One was top 30, one was top 40. And for some reason, the DJ on a Saturday afternoon played Manic Depression instead of Purple Haze, which was the single off of Are You Experienced? And my twin brother and I, we had seen this record in the stores, but we hadn't heard it, and we just thought, this has to be the coolest record ever, you know.
Yeah.
But we hadn't heard it. We had used to buy records just based on what they looked like in many instances, because the underground wasn't on the radio, and we wanted to know what all the psychedelic hippies were listening to and doing. But we knew right away when Manic Depression came on that it was that Jimi Hendrix record, because we could tell it was a trio. There's something about the timbre of his voice. We just said, like, that's that, you know, that's that black guy on the cover of the record with the eye jacket, you know. And we were literally running around, jumping up and down. And when it got to the part where Jimmy sings along with his guitar right before the guitar solo, that ascending part, that was it. That was a life of guitar for me.
Yeah.
And it still has, like you're describing, the things that still have the same effect on you when you think about that moment, Scott. That Ramones moment, that moment on that Saturday afternoon around the Garrard Hi-Fi is etched in my mind as clearly now as ever.
Yeah, yeah, it's amazing. What for me, the Ramones holdover is that whenever I get a new speaker put into an amp, or if I get a new amp and need to break in the speaker, my tradition is to take it to my rehearsal space, put it at about 9 or 10 on the volume, and play Ramones songs for 3 hours. And it's incredible because it's really the best to break in a speaker because it's just, it's just so severe. It's relentless. But it is incredible because every time that I do that, which will happen about once every 2 years or so, that I have to break in a new speaker for one reason or another. And it's amazing how I'm always reminded that I'm just immediately transported back to that feeling of when I was 16 years old. Like the feeling is exactly the same as it was in '94.
I love how vivid your memories are of these experiences, right? Because it really drives home how significant they were for you. In terms of your own playing and your experience as like a young musician, do you have any standout memories from that part of your career of connecting with the guitar?
I had no career then, so I don't know. I was just a guy who wanted to play guitar. I never even thought about a career. I just thought about playing. I still do, really.
I got a great thing that's it's super relevant with the Hendrix, but when I got my first guitar, it actually was called the Terminator, and it had a built-in speaker, and it was from a catalog because obviously before the internet, the first thing I learned was the Star Spangled Banner because I had the VHS of Hendrix, and just watching him sort of play that music, just the electricity of it. It just it was something that, all this, like sort of that and watching musicians for me, I instantly sort of recognized sort of what they were dealing with, which I think I now realize is more unique for a kid than I thought. But I remember I learned the Star Spangled Banner, but the guitar was out of tune. So I learned it and then I'd have to relearn it the next day, right? Because I didn't know how to even tune the guitar. And at some point, I just had this moment where there was the basketball court behind my house where for a while I wanted to be a basketball player, and I practiced my basketball hoops back there. And I went back there one day and I had this moment where I smashed the guitar because I couldn't tune it. I had gotten a new one, and by that time figured it out. I was 12 years old, but obviously that the Hendrix thing was just super impactful. But I guess that's my moment.
Yeah, I just had no desire to be a flamboyant guitarist like Jimi Hendrix. It's just that it was the excitement, the literal electricity of his sound and of that music and those songs, and so I deigned to take what I guess would be considered a more modest path and sort of model myself on guitarists who I thought at the time, with me knowing nothing about whatever jazz music was, had a jazzy sort of melodic quality, and blues players. So I was really interested in Duane Allman later, since the first Allman Brothers record, because by then there was underground FM radio in Southern California by 1969, 70. And so Duane and I loved Stephen Stills, for example, who I think is still a very underrated guitar player. And his playing on a song like Deja Vu or the song Bluebird had a big impact on me. And so I kind of wanted to be more like those guys, and then just see Jimmy as this deity, actually, a shaman.
Yeah. I mean, all roads lead to Hendrix in a way. It's like any electric guitar talk always will end up, everybody's common ground is always Hendrix. For me, it was that I went, so I was playing all these power chords at this point. There was a head shop in the town that I grew up in called Now and Then Music. And, they sold, Red Hot Chili Pepper t-shirts in the back. They had a wall of all these Jerry Garcia band T-shirts, and you could buy, rolling papers in this place, lava lamps, and all that. But they also had like a small CD section, and in the front, and they had a VHS tape of one called Jimmy Plays Berkeley. It was called.
Oh yeah.
It was VHS.
Yeah.
And the guy at the store recommended, he was like, well, if you want to get good at guitar, he's like, the Ramones and the stuff that you're playing is cool and all, but if you want to go next level, like this is really where it's at. So he recommended that to me, and I bought it, kind of not knowing what I was getting into. And I ended up wearing out that VHS, tape. Like literally, I broke the tape. I watched it so much, but it was sort of the same thing that you said. And I was like, that was something that was like totally. It was just on a whole other level. Like there was no way I was going to go out and buy a bunch of bandanas and bell bottom pants and stuff. Right? That just wasn't me. But there was something that was like super, super addictive about it. It was like I just can't believe what I'm seeing.
Yeah. I remember like finding out, who I had like a teacher would sort of recommend, but like finding out who Hendrix listened to and going backwards, and that was sort of like another thing. Like, who did he study to become who he was, and then listening to the old blues guys, that was a great journey until about high school when I got in a jazz band similar to you. Like you said, you were growing up playing like wind instruments. Is that what you said?
Scott.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, yeah, jazz. Then it sort of like went like from blues, like Hendrix back to blues, and then all of a sudden I got in the jazz band, and all of a sudden it's like a whole new world of music.
Discovery of jazz for me ended up being like the repudiation of rock for a while, because after Duane Allman was killed, and I know what you're describing, going to concerts when you were that young. We couldn't get to any of the concerts that we wanted to hear. We were too young. But we were able to go to the Lighthouse in Hermosa Beach, which was all ages, and hear an amazing array of jazz legends. Mm-hmm. But that wasn't until we were able to drive, because nobody was going to take us to any of these shows. We had to get ourselves there. And so when I heard Africa by John Coltrane, there was just this moment where I didn't even understand what was happening and why I didn't know about this music sooner. And that set me on a whole other path until I guess, and progressive rock. I got interested in progressive rock because I liked long form music. I liked all these sensations and nice long instrumental passages, so I wasn't able to hold these ideas in my head at the same time of blues and rock and roll, which at that time was like glam rock was becoming really popular with my friends, and a lot of my friends were just following the Grateful Dead around at this point, and I had lost interest in the Grateful Dead. I did see them in '71, which was a very good concert, but I just couldn't keep these things in my head at the same time. It took what I might term maturity to put it all back together. Stephanie, I know you've been wanting to ask us something.
I've been fascinated by your discussion of your influences and appreciating the historical nature of that. But I'm also wondering about kind of your own playing and the process by which you developed your own voice as a guitarist. So I'm going to preface this question by saying that I read an interview with Scott in which he said that and this answer actually surprised me, that he's still working on finding his identity and voice as a musician. So maybe enough time has passed that we can update that or not. But if you think about cultivating your own style, right, how have you gone about that process? Whether it's you feel like you found it or you're still searching for it?
Definitely still searching. I mean, I think that it's an ongoing thing. I think that most of us would agree. It's like, I don't know if it's ever like a destination, like a final destination kind of situation. It'd be weird to wake up one morning and feel like, I did it. You know, I made it. I did it. Yeah, I mean, for me, it's that's the whole reason that I love it, you know, is that I don't feel like that it's nailed down, or that I don't feel like that it's a completed thing. It's like kind of like I keep having these aha moments through the years where I'll have sort of one moment that will sort of lead me into a whole new, you know, you want to call it phase or whatever, or era of stuff that maybe people don't even hear on the outside world. But in my mind, it's like I'm going into this whole other exploratory phase of my life. And maybe it's thinking more about sound for a couple of years, or more about rhythm for a couple of years, or whatever. And I'm never quite sure how if that translates or not. You know, but I certainly don't feel like it's usually that I think that my process, or part of my process, is that I'm finding that I just keep kind of getting rid of stuff. Like I'll hear myself back and I'll decide, this like 30, I'll listen to like a 3-hour J-Rag show or something. I'll be like, you know, this about maybe 4 minutes total was like pretty okay of those 3 hours. And what was wrong with the other part? Like what isn't connecting for me about what I was doing with the other bits? And usually it's that like I'm either overplaying or just kind of trying to play a little too far outside of myself or something like this. So it's kind of more of like a focusing, very, very long-term, lifelong focusing in on ideas and execution, I guess.
I just want to say, you know, one thing, I had some really, really great teachers from a young age, and in general. I really appreciate everything you said, though, by the way. That was really cool about taking stuff away. That's a cool insight to an artist's mind. I think one thing that I learned that really rings true and continues to ring true is that when you hear that, finding your sound is sort of about, you hear something that moves you emotionally. You know, you hear an artist express themselves. One thing about all the great artists is that they're all there's a potency to them. And a lot of that is about their uniqueness and their, you know, imperfections and just who they are and how they're expressing themselves. So, you know, what I believe and what I was kind of taught is you hear something that moves you on a record, or you see someone play, and then you emulate what they did, sort of as you're developing as an artist, or at least that's how I kind of found my sound. And I've got the thought. So basically, you know, the idea is just that, you know, you hear something that moves you emotionally, you try to emulate the way that the person expressed it. And then as you do that with all the different people that move you, that becomes your sound. So, you know, for me, it became, you know, it started with Hendrix, and I was trying to, you know, I learned it from the records because we didn't really have tabs and stuff like that at that time, and the internet to search other people playing riffs, which is what a lot of kids do these days. But you know, then when I got into jazz, you know, it was like, oh, I'm going to listen to some Charlie Parker or some, you know, Johnny Hodges, even like from Ellington, like the way he, you know, just the way that people like would express the very like expression of a note through a horn. There's more inflections you can put through a horn than through a guitar. So a lot of times guitar is just one dynamic, but there's just such a subtlety. So someone like Kenny Burrell, who's like a jazz guy, you know, he would like, or Grant Green, they would get this tone out of the instrument. So learning, you know, how can I emulate the way this person's expressing themselves on a wind instrument, or how can I emulate the way these guys are sounding, and taking a little bit from every person. And eventually, if you're following the feeling of it, I think eventually you end up with your vocabulary, how to express your emotions. And that sort of is, in my mind, the epitome of, you know, what's guided me to find my sound, and what continues to be my beacon for searching for, you know, a better sound or a better way to express myself. So that's the continuation. Pass it on.
Very good. I don't think I have a style by the way, a recognizable style. So when people interview me and mention it, I don't know what the heck they're talking about, because I ended up being this kind of polymath um, shapeshifter dude, which was never my intention. Uh, that developed from me wanting to play different kinds of music because of the different artists that I was able to collaborate with, or they wanted me to play guitar with them, and I liked what they were doing. But a lot of times they had ideas uh, about what I should do that were very far from what I was thinking I would end up doing when I started playing. For example, I left sort of my bonehead version of blues rock guitar, where I played almost everything with these two fingers, and uh, I was trying to learn chords, but cool chords, but I had nowhere to go. I got the Ted Green chord book. That didn't really help much. The Joe Pass chord book was useless because he doesn't actually notate any of the alterations of the chords. They just major, minor, diminished, augmented is all only way he thought of them. That wasn't particularly helpful. No guitar teachers. I tried to learn guitar in high school from a couple of guys one of whom actually kind of psychologically destroyed me, and didn't show me. I never learned technique on the guitar. So, but I found myself being particularly inspired after my rock and roll sort of phase of trying to play original music, long instrumentals. Listening to mostly chords, like listening to people like Ralph Towner play, or John Abercrombie play, or even listening to Mahavishnu Orchestra songs, where the tonality and the harmonic content was what really was getting to me, maybe more than all the finger wiggling. And so that set me off on a path of what I thought was going to be the rest of my life. And then pretty soon there I am back playing rock and roll with Mike Watt or with the Geraldine Fibbers. And at one point I was asked on one song called Trash Man and Furs by the Geraldine Fibbers to play like a really earnest 14-year-old boy in his bedroom, trying to really get down on the guitar, but he's just not happening. You know, he's barely cutting at it, and he's kind of sucking. And so I said, great, I mean, I'll do that. And that's what I did. And I didn't know that this would be a weird skill to be kind of like a character changing musician. And sometimes I find this more satisfying than listening to anyone really play efficiently. And right now at age 65, one of the last things I want to hear is me playing a guitar solo. And I'm struggling with that now. And I don't know why that is, but I definitely don't think I have a style. And I think I just try to change what I'm doing to suit the situation that I'm in. And certainly if in the right setting and somebody looks at me and it's time to solo, I'm definitely going to go for it. But right now I'm probably not going to dig it too much. And I don't know why that is. But I don't think I have a sound, and I don't think I have a style. But I do like really cool rhythms and interesting chords. I just want to play chords. I don't know. I really like playing chords and writing songs that have cool chords in them to my ear, you know, or drones. I just like a drone and without even any melodic content, just a timbre, you know. Like a Tony Conrad electric drone or some kind of microtonal, you know, Indonesian drone. So I don't know where it's leading, but I guess I
gotta say, you know, we did that gig together in 2000. Now my sense of time is completely out of whack after this past year, but I guess that was the end of 2019.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, Nels and I and Billy Martin and John Medeski played a gig of 2 hours of just improvised music. And I don't know how anybody else feels about it, but to me, that was it felt like a very, very grown up gig of improvising, because what struck me was that in a lot of cases, if you get people together to just improvise, people are kind of, jumping all over each other to get on solos. Like everybody's just soloing, and it's just like a solo fest. Like, okay, I solo, now you solo, and now we're going to solo together and all this stuff. But it was so refreshing to play with, because I felt like that everybody sort of took that approach as to what you were just saying about not shying away from solos, but that not being the focus of what.
Yeah, it was an ensemble.
Exactly. Which is a cool, not all guitar players think that way, right?
In a way, this is where electronics rescued me, I suppose, and looping and all these things that I like to do, because they take me into a sound realm and away from maybe the idea that I'm really saying something with my solo, which right now I'm highly suspicious of.
I just want to say that it's really beautiful, Nels, to hear you say things you're saying. It's like a really to share your vulnerability, sort of like in how you feel about it. And I know that a lot of incredible artists sort of end up feeling that way all the way. Like you get so shocked to hear interviews with some of your favorite artists and they're still, searching for their sound. But yet, I have handfuls of students over the years and friends that love your sound. And personally, I mean, I wouldn't expect to hear you say that, because I feel like you do have an incredibly unique and awesome sound. But just to speak to Scott's point about that improvisation session you guys had, when I was in college, one of my professors was George Garzone, and we had this free jazz.
Man. Yeah.
We had this free jazz class with him, which was like, I remember like I couldn't get in because there was a couple of guitar players already in, and guitar players are, like Scott's saying, like they don't always listen. And so he was kind of like, well, you play any other instruments? And I'm like, not really. And he's like, well, could you pick one up? And so I just kind of grabbed a mandolin and played it in the class. But I remember him saying like, no, the point isn't to like be the shining sound at the front of the room. He's like, the goal of this is to like have your eyes closed and listen to everything. And the winning sound in a way is the one that's in the back of the room, creeping in like from the back of the room, like just, you can just feel it. And if it belongs in the front of the room, it will sort of go there,
Its way.
It's a beautiful sort of lesson on that type of group improvisation,
George is just such an amazing guy. My only experiences with him were when my wife and I were doing some teaching at a thing in Denmark a couple of years ago, and he was there with the trio and just doing his thing, and just so incredibly open, but also very rigorous. Like there was nothing loosey-goosey about what he was doing and saying. It was very locked in and very he was very disciplined, but he like that openness you're describing and that kind of mindset affected a whole lot of people I know, and I'm really glad that I even had like a few minutes around that guy.
How do you all continue to challenge yourself in your playing? Is there something that you wanted to master that you haven't quite figured out yet, or something specific that you're working on?
Oh my God.
Tough questions.
Yeah. I mean, just picking up the guitar is a challenge for me every time. And thinking that I'm just going to do the same thing I did yesterday is kind of daunting. But God, I love the sound of guitar. Just do. And I love playing, in spite of it sounds like I'm a head case, but I actually, once the music starts, that's why I even love sound checks. I like whatever. As soon as the sound cranks up, I'm a happy guy. But at home and thinking about what I need to do, there's a billion things I haven't done because I was somehow like, I don't know, afraid to, lazy. I have no idea. Like my sight reading is still pathetic. And I would like to blame the guy that tried to teach me sight reading back in high school, but I really need to blame myself for not being intrepid enough to tell myself that that guy wasn't going to crush me, that jerk. But he did. So I avoid it. I avoid even writing out my own music till the last possible second, and then I do, and I go like, oh, what my problem is? It's not that bad. It's like not that hard. My charts are, they're okay. Tom Rainey, the beautiful, amazing drummer, likes to call my charts charming because they aren't always rhythmically quite accurate in certain areas. My imagination is far beyond my ability to notate, but I'm trying, So that's the challenge. The challenge is just to keep going and not be daunted by all the stuff I don't know. But as soon as I start playing and people around me are playing, I'm in heaven usually.
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to hear what Scott has to say too, but I mean, for me, like right now, I feel like I've spent so much time practicing. I think it ends up being that like it's what sort of soothes me so much. Like the music it's a chance for me to not be thinking and to just sort of be in the moment, and it's like almost like a medicine. And so I think I'll never end up stop working on it because it's what I love to do. It's not so much that there's something I want to do or want to get better at. It's just more like it's a practice. Like they say meditation is a practice, my music is sort of like a practice, it feels like. So I'll always be working on it because it's what I like,
Beautiful.
Yeah, well, I don't want to get too heady about everything here, but to me, I sort of enjoy practicing. I like the showing up for it every day, and the process of that, I think. And I think part of that has to do with that I'm somebody who, it's a personal thing, but I'm sober, and I've been sober for 15 years. And one of the things that you learn in early sobriety is like you sort of have to show up for yourself every day. That's one of the things that you're sort of taught, ground rules of it. And to me, sort of practicing a little bit every day is kind of like a humble way of showing up for myself, I guess, every day, to say it in one way. So what I don't have anything specific to say about stuff that I want to master or anything, but my process for that is that I always have my ear out for something that sounds like that I'll hear someone play something on the instrument, and my gut knee-jerk reaction is like, oh, I'll never be able to do that. I could never, ever do that. And then I would force myself to go after that thing, and very slowly, I mean, like I just finished learning a Bach 2-part invention, like playing both parts, which took me about a year to do. So, these projects that I'll work on a little bit every day for a year, 2 years, I recently discovered, this is really nerding out, but I recently discovered this guy named Miles Okazaki.
Yeah.
Do you guys know that name?
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
I'm friends with Miles.
Yeah.
Well, I'll plug his book.
You have his book? Yeah.
This book? It's called The Fundamentals of Guitar.
Yeah.
And this book is like, this will be the last book that I ever buy on guitar, ever. That'll keep me busy for a year. But again, the reason that I got that book was that I saw a YouTube video of him demonstrating something in the book, and I just couldn't understand what was happening at all, like how he was doing it. It struck me in a way that was like, I couldn't figure out what was going on, but it also sounded incredibly interesting at the same time. Like it wasn't just like some exercise that it's like, oh God, kill me now after 5 minutes of hearing it or something. It was actually something like I'd listen to a record that sounded like that, So
he took 3 years out of his life just to do that book. That was all I think.
I believe that because that is a labor of love for sure.
Yeah.
I've never seen anything in depth like that before.
Speaking of rigorous, right? One of the things that I'm facing now is that I used to be kind of like a point of pride with me that I never plugged in, you know, when I was playing electric guitar at home. Just never plugged in. I didn't want to make any noise. I didn't want to bother. I don't know what it was. And then about, well, less than 2 months ago, I don't know, a month and a half ago, one of the things I was going to do online was for the Corbett versus Dempsey online gallery website concert series they were calling Sequester Fest. So I got asked to play half an hour of solo guitar. Solo guitar is the most terrifying thing for me to do. And two members of Wilco, Glenn Kochi and Jeff Tweedy, also were going to play half-hour sets solo. And but I really wanted to play this guitar that's very hard to play, this little airline guitar that I put flat wounds on. It sounds really like a beautiful old jazz guitar, but even though it's this little cheapo, I don't even know if it's 3/4 scale. It might be half scale. It's really hard to play because it's so small. But the only way I could even approach playing it was to plug it in, because that's when this guitar has the personality that I'm wanting to bring out. So I plugged in and started playing at home through an amplifier for the first time regularly in maybe 30 years. And I think maybe I've really made a mistake not plugging in all these years. Because I was like working on the touch on the guitar and thinking about I don't know. So, so maybe that's my new goal, is to try to remember to plug in once in a while, so I can actually be thinking about my sound instead of just thinking I'll play when I get there. You know, I'll plug in when I get to the gig. Oops.
I mean, it goes both ways, right? Because there's like a certain amount of, you should get the sound from your instrument first. But then on the other hand, you're rarely performing or playing without an amp. So the amp is sort of an extension of the instrument in a way. You know, it's an electric guitar. So the amp is a part of the sound. There's so much you can do with both, you know?
That's right.
Yeah. That's amazing that we're talking about this. I was literally just watching an interview with Wes Montgomery the other night on YouTube. And he talks about, have you seen this interview? He talks about
but I've got some stuff to say.
the exact same thing. How he talks about how he baited himself into a corner because he ended up practicing for this long stretch without the amp. And then he plugged into the amp after working on all this stuff. And he's like, well, that doesn't sound anything like what I've been working on, you know, totally different.
Wow. Yeah, I got to say something about Wes really quick, because when I was in, one of the teachers I had was Ted Dunbar when I first moved.
Oh man, yeah.
And talk about a book. I mean, that started saying, I don't want to say a bad word, but that man had some books that like are so heavy, but he's got like pentagrams and all kinds of. But anyway, he was like best friends with Wes, and he played with his thumb, you know, Ted Dunbar.
Yep. That's
and
right.
he was like, apparently he was like best friends with Wes. They were in the same town. And he said the reason why Wes played with his thumb was because in order for him, he had like many kids, like, I don't know how many, say he had five kids.
Yeah.
He worked at a factory until, he didn't even record a record till he was in his 40s or something like that, right? Like, he worked at a factory so he could support his family. And the only time he could practice was like 1 a.m. or 12, midnight until 5 a.m. when he had to go to work, and then he worked all day. So he didn't want to wake up his kids. So he spent 15 years just practicing really quietly with his thumb. And that was sort of like what Ted had said about him. It's a sort of interesting insight, you know.
Oh, I love Ted Dunbar, man. I mean, that's amazing. I had a really, great to hear that name, because very few people are aware of Ted Dunbar. And every once in a while, I play sometimes with Jeff Parker, who's one of my favorite guitar players and an incredible composer and producer too. And Jeff, I don't know, after years of playing on and off together, I asked him one day, I said, how about Ted Dunbar? Like, absolutely loves Ted Dunbar. And I can sort of hear in Jeff, I hear some Ted, I hear certainly Grant Green in his playing, but it just made my my heart feel really nice to have a chat about Ted Dunbar. Now you're talking about Ted Dunbar, and nobody, I don't know if anybody remembers him. I became aware of him because of that second version of the Tony Williams Lifetime,
Yep.
the Ego album.
Yeah.
And I still think, even though it was probably, I feel like Tony probably said, okay, here's this huge amplifier, you know, stand in front of it behind my drums, which is where they were set up. Don Elias and Warren Smith and Tony are in front. It's like a huge percussion situation. And then Larry Young, Khalid Yassine, and Ted Dunbar, and for a minute, Junie Booth on Fender bass, trying to play Fender bass. He didn't seem to last long, but they're all behind him, right? So Ted's playing with his guitar really low at an angle, and like a hollow body 175 or something, and this huge amp behind him, so he's feeding back the whole time. You know, I think it was a very uncomfortable moment for him probably to try to be this jazz rock guy that he was not. But there's something about what he played in that band that really speaks to me, and I think it's still one of the coolest bands that ever existed. If you could, they took down a lot of the YouTube clips of that band for some reason, but there's still one, I think, from Paris that it's. I feel like everybody should check out the second edition, the non-John McLaughlin, Larry Young-ish edition of Tony Williams' Lifetime, and the non-Alan Holdsworth Lifetime. It just, those are all, of course, amazing bands too. But the Ego band just sort of never got its due, and I just love listening to that.
Yeah, I have to say, just because he passed away while I was studying with him, and I mean, one of the most just incredible teachers I've ever had. You know, he had me like, I mean, he was so serious about music. He had me like crying at like, you know, I think I was probably 19 or something, you know, in his lesson, you know, just, I mean, he was so like, he was such a servant of the music, you know, and he was on a mission to have guitar players get out of the guitar player mindset, you know, like he really wanted his whole thing, you know, when you study, this is interesting things, you know, about it, just music education, but there's no sort of guitar role in the orchestra or first guitar in the band, you know. And so when you learn a violin or a trumpet, you know, you go to class and you're already reading music and you're already sort of having really intense rudimentary lessons, you know. Whereas guitar, you sort of just pick it up, you hear the records, you hear the Ramones, you know, you want to you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, like it's not the same kind of thing as it is with the horn, just by evolution, you know. And so he was a really influential and should be sought out by any guitar serious. I think any guitar player should check him out, like as you said. But let's, you know, I don't mean to talk too much about him, but yeah.
No, he has a beautiful record on, I think it was on the Xanadu label. It's a really nice photograph of him too. It's just, well, from the 70s, but might be 1980. It's good, really good. I wish I'd had a good guitar teacher.
Well, a lot of my students are trying to sound like you, so.
Oh my God. Oh my God, that's crazy.
The talk of practice and teachers makes me want to lead into the kind of focusing on music education. So if we think about your music education as a youth, are there memorable moments that stand out for you? Like maybe there was a particular lesson that left a mark?
I got lucky, and it's not a guitar teacher story, and I'll make this brief because I know I talk a lot, but I had the desire to learn theory and to learn what I thought were what I called jazz chords, and I wanted to learn to read music. And in high school, it was too late. I was told it was too late, but I sort of persisted and took Baroque harmony class, and I played in the jazz band in my senior year in high school, and I just wasn't getting it. And like the guy who ruined me for sight reading, he was teaching me chords without any theory. So he also hadn't taught me the notes on the guitar. So I taught myself the notes on the guitar, and I taught myself how to use all my fingers, mainly from seeing like Julian Bream or classical guitar players, and Steve Howe with Yes, who had this amazing all fingers technique up and down the guitar. And I was quite enamored of his style and sound and his hands. And but because I didn't know why a C was called a C, I didn't know what a triad was, I didn't know anything. I was a philosophy major. Now, this is what you might find interesting, Stephanie, because I was told it was too late to be a music major, even though I knew I wanted to play music for the rest of my life. And after a year of philosophy, I said, this is ridiculous. And I went to a community college. I went to a fancy college, you know, I had good grades and all that stuff. I went to a community college and I started over, and I had a theory teacher whose son is quite well known. His name's John Beasley. He's a keyboard player, band leader in Los Angeles, famous these days for the Monkestra. But his father, whose real name is Rule Beasley, he was a theory teacher and a bassoonist and a composer, and his name is Rule Beasley. And he changed my life because through his very clear and measured style of teaching, I got it. I got what I needed to learn, and I started to excel at understanding and manipulating music from a theoretical standpoint. And I later applied that to original music and met a man named Eric Von Essen, who kind of pushed me further, a multi-instrumentalist that kind of was my musical partner for maybe 17 years. And so Rule Beasley, Santa Monica College, and I think I ran into John Beasley in Berlin about 4 years ago, and he was doing Monkestra, and his dad was still alive then at 88 or something. So I'm hoping he's still around, because that was what I learned, was theory, and it changed my life.
Thank you.
Yeah, I had a couple of good. It's kind of tough for me to choose one example of this, because I grew up in a super small town in Jersey. Like, it was a public high school, and there were about 30 kids that I graduated with in my class. So it was small, and music was not like a thing that many people were into at my school. So I didn't know how to fit in or anything. But I had a great teacher there, Jim Smith, Dr. Smith, he would just let me come down to the music room and use one of the practice rooms at study halls and this, that, and the other. So I was down there practicing all the time, like once I picked up the guitar, and that was great. But the lesson that I always think of came in college, or that I'll choose to zoom in on, came in college from a guy named Gene Bertoncini.
Oh, man.
Was just,
Got his book.
got his right. Yeah, exactly.
I didn't even know he had a book. I just have his record.
I took some lessons with him as well. Yeah, he was a really sweet guy.
Yeah, I mean, I was just going to say exactly, right? It's like, he's one of these guys that I just feel really lucky that my life, even if it hadn't been for the guitar stuff that I learned from him, I just took so much from just being like a human, a good
really humble. He was really
on
humble.
this planet. Yeah, just so genuine and very straight to the point, and he'll give it to you straight, but not like ever being a dick about it, But he would, he would tell you how it was, straight up. And there was one lesson that I had with him that I do think of often, where he said, okay, well, play something for me. Maybe it was the very first lesson that I had with him, actually, because he wanted to see me play something. It was just me and him in this practice room. And I started playing, and he stopped me after about 30 seconds. And he was like, okay, hold on. He's like, you got to stop. And he said, man, you're just trying way too hard. He's like, I'm going to break out in a rash just watching.
Yeah, he's like a really East Coast kind of guy or something.
Yeah. I mean, and he said, just listen. He's like, people, you don't have to do so much. And he said something along the lines of like, people love music and they love the guitar, So you have to let the music and the guitar do the work for you. Like let that stuff work for you. Like you don't have to do everything. And then he elaborated on it. We talked a little bit more about it. And he said, you know, when you're playing with a band, keeping that in mind, that like people love the sound of just bass and drums or other instruments. So, you know, the lesson I got from it is that even if you're soloing or if you're, you know, if the spotlight's on you or whatever, if it's your highlighted moment, you know, music is enough to get you through it. You don't have to feel all the pressure in the world to, you know, carry the whole thing on your back. And I think about that all the time. Like even like when I'm driving around the city or something, I'm like, do I need to be like gripping the steering wheel quite this tight? Or, you know, am I holding this fork too tight? You know, all these things.
Wow, that's beautiful.
I really attribute all that back to that moment with this guy, Gene Bergensini, who, if anybody who's watching this, obviously these guys know, but you should do yourselves a favor, anybody who doesn't know who he is, because it's really very, very high level music making.
Yeah.
Scott, you've mentioned a couple of times of ways that kind of music has taught you lessons that have carried over into other parts of your life, right? Like driving and sobriety. I'm wondering if Ari and Nels, do you feel that way? Right? Has playing the guitar helped you in other areas of your life in any way?
Yeah, I also want to say a little bit about the education thing, but I'll say yes. You know, I'm just going to be honest. I've experimented with various things throughout my life. I won't go into depths about that, but I am, you know, sober these days. I think that ultimately the highest high I've ever had and the most incredible feelings I've had in my entire life have ultimately been through music or through thinking about music or what I can do with music expressively or playing music. It's intoxicating, and it can be. And I think like it ends up that there's certain things that might open up doors to, you know, to getting there, but ultimately the music itself and life itself and all those things are the coolest of all things about that. I guess I'll come back to the music education thing so I can pass the torch on this one.
I don't know if it helped me in life, but the thing is that I've only wanted to do this. And a lot of people I know are extremely interesting, brilliant people, don't know what they want to do. So I've wanted to know. I've wanted to do this since I was 12 years old, and the first inkling of music as I guess you could call it a spiritual endeavor or something beyond entertainment. I became aware of it at age 10 when I heard Ravi Shankar in my elementary school class. In elementary school, we used to study, I don't know if people do this now, but we'd study different units and you know, like maybe in the fourth grade, it was Japan, or in the third grade, it was Mexico, but in the fifth grade, it was India. And our teacher, Miss Godwin, who I'll never forget, and she looked a lot like John Lennon, played an entire side of Ravi Shankar live on an old World Pacific record on the Caliphone, you know, school turntable, whatever. And I was absolutely transfixed and wanted to play sitar. I wanted to play Indian music. But then I read My Music, My Life, and Ravi Shankar describes the rigors of learning his instrument and Indian classical music. And I said, man, there's no way I'm doing that. You know, learning to sit with the instrument for a year before you play it and things like that. I was like, I'm going to go get an electric guitar and be cool, you know. But that sound and that learning about the commitment and the discipline that the people in the Indian classical music world engage in, that was the first inkling of what music, I guess, that we're all of us are talking about really is, which is it's magic. It's like the kind of thing that you can sustain your whole life. And so I don't know if it enabled me to be ready for anything else in life, but at least I have known all this time that it's all I want to do, and that's pretty liberating.
Thank you for that. Ari, did you say you wanted to come back to something?
Oh, well, I mean, I just wanted to, give a nod to some of my teachers and talk about just, I had some amazing teachers. This teacher, Milo Peterson, in town, and this band director, Scott Brown. I got very lucky in that, as I was going from middle school to high school, I was sort of haphazardly walking the halls the summer before high school because I was doing football, and I heard this jazz band playing down the hall, and I walked in the room, and it just so happened their guitar player was graduating, and a friend of mine was also was coming into the jazz band, and they were rehearsing, and I said, this is a class, like you can take this class, and it was just beautiful. They were playing big band music, and they're like, yeah, we're leaving for Europe tomorrow, but we'll be back in a month and we'll have some auditions. I just couldn't believe, they're going to Europe and it's a class. It just so happened that Roosevelt and Garfield, these two high schools in my town, were sort of these arch rival jazz band classes, and this teacher, Scott Brown, was just one of the most amazing teachers I've ever had. The way he just put that band in shape, and watching him every day while trying to play some Count Basie guitar. I just had great teachers, so many over the years from a young age. I can't list them all. And then, going to college, I think in Scott, you went to school, so similar thing, but in college, having just the most amazing teachers of all time, and not just learning about music, but learning about life. And I also just am an advocate for kids taking lessons, because when you have a teacher that you see once a week, someone outside your family, you're doing music, it's a cool person you get to interact with, and there's so many lessons you can learn through music about life, just how to accomplish. Like, some people have different ways of learning, and it's just as you navigate that process of tackling something, like Scott said, that I think we can all relate to. It can take a long time. You listen to something you want to do, and it might take you a year, 2 years, 6 months, 2 months to get there where you can actually accomplish it. But in that activity of dissecting something that's difficult, figuring out how to do it, and giving it 2 months to a year to get there, and tackling things one way at a time through music, you can just learn so much about becoming a better person and progressing. And so I'm just a huge advocate for music and education.
Wonderful.
That's one of the things I've been hearing from all three of you, right? The importance of the student-teacher relationship and the transformative power that music education can have. And that's actually what we're here today to celebrate, right? Is supporting music education in the United States for children when instruction programs are often, they often have to struggle for funding.
Absolutely.
Which I'm sure many of us are all too familiar with. So one of the things I wanted to ask you all is what's your best argument for the importance of music education when you're trying to advocate for programs for children? Does that make sense? Maybe pretend I'm a critic, I'm a school administrator who wants to cut the band program. What would you come back with to argue that I shouldn't do that?
Well, I mean, for me, it's maybe it's a very selfish sort of answer, but I think that these guys would agree. I mean, anybody that this is, anything music related has turned into my entire life. Everything in my life, like all my friends, for the most part, all of, a lot of the lessons that I've learned, a lot of the mentors that I've had in my life through the years and whatnot, they've all one way or another come through music. And that sort of journey started when I was a young kid. And the fact that I had the opportunity you know, if I hadn't had the opportunity to have a Mr. Smith letting me into the practice rooms, you know, during study halls and whatnot, and or had the opportunity to, you know, I went to a college in Paterson, New Jersey, called William Patterson, and studied jazz there. And you know, I came from, you know, pretty humble means, and I had to have some help to get in to get through that, you know, school. So I had help, a scholarship, and you know, if I hadn't had those opportunities, my life would, I don't know who I'd be.
Yeah,
really. So that would be my answer. And what kind of monster doesn't want to support music or the arts? I mean, you know, it's beyond my comprehension that it's difficult. I know it is to get funding, but it's something I'll never understand.
I would say, like in one sentence, you know, math and science, language arts will exercise the brain, and music and the arts will exercise the heart and soul. And you know, in my mind, and it also sort of ties into math and science as well. And I think that you know, education is education. It doesn't matter what you're studying, but that would be my one sort of sentence. And you know, I think, yeah, I mean, I for me, I can't understand why somebody wouldn't want to prioritize it, but I could, if you need somebody to lobby for you, I'm one phone call away. That's great. That's cool, Scott. I didn't know you went to William Patterson. I think I was probably at Rutgers at the same time, because I went to Rutgers for 1 year. So
I was going to say, is that because that's how I know Ted Dunbar's?
Yeah, I was there when he was there. So probably around the same time.
Yeah.
Nels?
Oh, I feel a little tongue-tied because I didn't, until Rule Beasley, I didn't really benefit directly from music education in my high school, but they had music. And before I was in the jazz band, my twin brother Alex was in the band the whole time. And the 2 years before I was in the band with him, the band was extremely good. And there were some amazing musicians. And the teacher had some amazing music he had written. His name was John Magruder, and he had played with Don Ellis for many years and written charts for Don Ellis. So there was plenty of odd meter stuff. But the tragedy of funding being not just reduced, but eventually just cut in Los Angeles city school system led him to be a math teacher. No more music, none. And I feel that our society, if we don't embrace culture, that we are going to suffer, as Ari, as you mentioned, spiritually, because not everybody's going to be an artist, not everybody's going to be a musician, but to have the option, to have that door be able to be opened just in case, and to have that be valued, is something that I feel is being lost, because it's very abstract to try to explain to somebody in a nuts and bolts way what's good about playing music. You know, all you hear about is, oh, it's so difficult and hardly anyone ever makes it, or it's just you know, some sort of I don't know. It's like it seems frivolous, or I don't know. But anyway, I didn't have to fight my parents to play music, nor did my brother, because my parents were both school teachers in the LA City school system and loved art and music. And so they had a very high regard for that kind of endeavor. And I feel lucky that I didn't have to rebel. I didn't have to say, like, well, I'm sorry, but I'm not going to be a doctor, or, you know, like so many people I know did. And if we could just take that whole battle off the table and just let people, expose people to pretty much everything, which is what I think this school is supposed to be, and let people choose, who knows what could happen? But we're now monetizing everything, and everything's become. I mean, it's important to survive. Certainly, it's not easy. The path to being a musician who's able to pay the bills is not an easy one. But the fulfillment that we've all described here is probably so much greater than that of a lifetime of some kind of job that you're not passionate about. That maybe people ought to think about it more seriously and think about what our society could benefit from in this regard. And my only experience as an adult has been trying to help out the Brooklyn Music School, which was right near where we used to live, and I don't mean BAM, but I mean the Brooklyn Music School, which is a community music school where they basically teach kind of music fundamentals to all ages. So you could be a senior and go in there. You could be mom and dad can go in there, kids, little kids, and their whole idea is to just let people enjoy music and teach them as much as they want to learn. And to me, this makes so much sense because it also brings families together. It brings the community together. And that is something that's an outgrowth of all kinds of culture, not just music. And in the United States of America, I feel we've become suspicious of all kinds of culture as though it's some kind of scam, or so, like we're being ripped off somehow because you can't look at it in a concrete way and monetize it automatically or something. And I think this is, to speak again to what Ari said, this is like ripping the heart and soul out of the culture, out of our society. We just need to encourage people to be themselves, right?
Oh yeah.
But if you take music away, everyone loves music, right? I mean, just about, except for Nabokov. I mean, he struggled, but his son became a singer, I think, an opera singer or something. But anyway, it's not for absolutely everyone, but you know how many people have said they can't really make it through the day without quote unquote their music. Without my music, I'm unhappy. Without my music, I don't know what to do, or I don't feel like me, or whatever it is. It's a very powerful, beautiful thing. And I just wish we could just embrace artistic endeavor in general instead of feeling like, and I think it's very peculiar to Americans to look at it askance and with some sort of suspicion, when in reality, look at what it's done for the three of us here sitting here talking.
There's so much to say, but I mean, one thing I'd say, it just baffles me that there's so much money out there. There's so many resources. I mean, we have infinite amounts of resources, and we're not asking for a huge percentage here. We're getting a very small percentage, and the amount of percentage that people are willing to invest of their own money and sometimes is also baffling to me, like the way that music is sort of given out free. And oftentimes I'm playing at a club and people will walk by and they have $10 cover charge, and I don't want to pay $10, I just wanted to come in and have some drinks or something, but it's like, or the way that musicians get paid in some gigs. I just don't know why there isn't, just scrape off like a little bit off the top of the multi-billions of dollars out there, and I think it should be invested in something worthy. Music is on the top of the list.
Yeah, thank you for that. Yeah. How about for our last question? We briefly put you all in the educator role. Can you speak to the kids who are watching, right, or the teenagers, the young musicians? What advice do you have for them?
I mean, since no one's jumping in, find a teacher, spend time playing your instrument. If you enjoy playing, play it. If you find something that brings you joy, oftentimes you hear these cliches, but as you go through life, they become more and more true. You don't, if you find something you're passionate about, you could go through your whole life working a job you don't like with, all your time and look back and wish you'd done more stuff you love. And but finding a teacher, practicing, just practice, even if it's tough, even if it's a tough thing to get better. It's a practice, and I guarantee anyone that if they put the time in, it's going to come back. And I would say, if it was up to me, I would say everyone should play a musical instrument, and everyone should learn about music. It's a language. It's a universal language. It's a language that, in my opinion, trumps words in many ways. And I think it's a beautiful thing to be able to tap into that way of communicating and that way of enjoying life. And I would say also, if you don't find that passion in music and you want to play, it's not going to hurt you, and it's certainly going to add to your life. And if you find something you are passionate about, no matter what it is, it could be sports, it could be video games, whatever it is you love to do, go down that path. And there's just a ton of value to have, no matter where you are on the spectrum, but of music appreciation at any age. It's a wonderful thing to do, and I'm sure if you're into music, there's people out there that would love to talk to you more about music and help you further along your progress. And just if you like it, do it. I guess that's what I would say.
That's great. Yeah, I totally agree, but I think that's great. It's a great answer. I guess just to add on to that, what would I say? I would say I think that there's a real importance in finding a crew of people that you could see yourself growing with as a musician through the years, or just finding a community of people to make music with that you feel inspired with, and you feel like that you're muy simpatico with, I guess, in ways. I'm very lucky that I'm right now I'm in a phase where I'm playing in a band with guys that I've been playing with since I was 19, 20 years old, which is amazing. That's like 25 years almost. And I'm a much different, I don't know who I would be as a musician and as a person, but on topic as a musician, if I wasn't informed by those guys, playing with those same guys for all of these years. They've changed the kind of musician that I am, because we sort of grown together as a crew of players. And to me, that's something that I feel incredibly fortunate to have, because I don't know if everybody has that. And that's really one of the great things of music, is growing as a musician. And if you can grow as a musician with other people, I think that it has that much more of an impact on everything.
Mm-hmm. I'm glad to hear that, because I think I would have overlooked this, Scott. But I was lucky because my twin brother is a monster drummer, and who's always really good from the very beginning. I could always play with him. So I always had at least one person to play with, but who was completely in the same zone aesthetically as I was. And so we moved forward together for decades, and I think I took it for granted until you said that, to not that it happened. I didn't take that for granted, but to mention it. I don't think I would have thought to mention it. And
well, it's funny that I'm an only child, so I never had that sort of connection with somebody growing up where it was a constant thing. And then B, a lot of the guys that I'm talking about, like Joe and Marco, the people that they were into music that I was not into at the time. I remember I met Joe and I was like, hey, I love Fairport Convention. And he's like, I love Rush. I was like, I don't know if this is going to work out. But now, but over the years, it's kind of turned into this weird thing where it's informed me in different ways. Anyway, not to cut you off.
Oh, no. But you know, when we're young, we can be very doctrinaire, you know, because our tastes are kind of how we define ourselves in some regards. So yeah, but, you know, but in the case of my brother, we're identical twins, so there's definitely some sort of weird, you know, very connected energy there that's unique. But I don't know any other way to be. You know, people used to ask me, what's it like being an identical twin? I was like, well, I don't remember my past lives, so I don't know. It seems great. You know, people look at you weird when you're a kid and say all kinds of stupid things to you, but that could happen to anybody, you know. But to say something about education and just about guitar, I just have this cliche that I tell people, my personal cliche. One is find a working guitar, pick the number of strings that you think might work, tune it the way you want, and just never look back. But if you want to play with other people, you're going to have to learn some stuff. You're going to have to learn some chords, some theory, learn how songs are put together or whatever it is, how to listen while you're playing to other people.
Yeah.
And but if you don't want to do that and you want to just blaze your own path, you're going to get a lot of guff, you're going to take a lot of grief from people, but you may change the culture forever. It's just going to be a tougher path. And I would thank you for that, you know. And the other thing I tell them is, look, I didn't really start making a decent living and be sort of, I don't know, whatever success means, successful until I was almost 50 years old. So maybe don't give up's the other thing. You know, perseverance.
Don't give up. I think. Oh, go ahead, Ari.
Just on what Scott said, yeah, like and Els as well. I mean, I think it's a thread, but yeah, hanging out with my really close friends, and you know, 9th grade, 8th grade, and taking a bus all day, you know, with my amp to get there and jam and downstairs, or just hanging out with friends and playing certainly is some of the greatest memories. And that can continue lifelong as well, just like Scott mentioned. I would say for someone who wants to play with people, you know, you don't need lessons. You know, it's just sort of like you don't need to go to college to become, you know, successful financially or whatever you want. But you know, I'd say one thing you should focus on is your rhythm. I think a lot of guitar players spend so much time getting the notes, and the rhythm is what allows you to lock up with other people, you know, and have that be on the same page. So just as a quick tip of sorts, you know, is yeah, playing with other people and go focus on your rhythm too, you know.
Playing time.
Yeah.
Right. The guitar is ultimately a percussion instrument, right?
Yeah.
It's in the rhythm section.
Nels, Scott, Ari, thank you so much for sharing your experience and wisdom with us today. It's been an honor and a privilege to participate in this dialogue with you. To everyone else who's watching, thank you for joining us to celebrate the Mockingbird Foundation's 25th anniversary. Bye for now.
Thank you so much. Great to meet you, Ari. Scott.
It's all in how you frame it. This picture isn't one that I will hang. You were ready to leave, I was trying to stay. We caught a ride on the sidewalk. shuffle past an ordinary scene. That look on your face could mean anything. And we go around, missing the truth in the sound, with a heart so proud, losing our footing on common ground. There's a piece of this I haven't let you in on, a part I'll probably keep to myself. The fog is getting thick and the words I've been using won't stick. I feel disquiet in the excess, the wasted likeness of a dream. How far is the cry from what is to what we could be? And we go around, missing the truth in the sound, with a heart so proud, losing our footing on common ground. My hand on your face and your arm round my waist. I couldn't see your eyes. My heartstrings are thicker than I'd like. They're wrapped around my lungs just a bit too tight. And we go around, missing the truth in the sound, with a heart so proud, losing our footing on common ground, losing our footing on common ground. And we go around, missing the truth in the sound, with a heart so proud, losing our footing on common ground. Too many times have I told myself, you're overthinking it, kid. Now put your brain up on the shelf, slow down. Take a look around at the beauty that is hiding in the wings of the beast at the edge of your dreams. There I go, with an overblown image, unpack it and stack it up in the back and acknowledge it means something to me, might not mean anything to you. I will soon check the feeling that my silence is past due. Pendulum swings from well rested to physically vested. This wave is not yet crested. There's more to this life than shadows of past drive. All gotta find what our truth looks like. Let go of the things you can't use anymore. Hang on to the knowledge you can feel in your soul. Don't use each other, no, make food for each other. Put a little loving into the pot. What that we make will be taken for granted. What that we do will be carved in a wall. Try to see more than the worst in each other. Later the motion, the closer the call. What that we make will be taken for granted. What that we do will be carved in a wall. Try to see more than the worst is in and out of my control as I piece together parts of this whole. I'm not impressed with myself, but I'm in love with the world. Find peace in disarray as the smoke unfurls. I roll around inside a vessel, missing a wheel, and try to figure out how I feel. Well, it seems like I'm never quite just for the occasion, and I'm up in one decimal off in the equation. Eyes are stained with expectation and the realization of a true foundation. Don't you feed me pretty words, they just don't fit. Show me your negativity, I'll show you where to put it. Give me truth uncut, wanna know how it is. Relativity is keeping me caught up in a tailspin, wandering through, running from and running to. Every day there's a piece of my mind that's brand new, and my eyes grow, but they grow slow. I let my thoughts drip down to my belly below, cause my brain and my body gotta disconnect. Gotta put them back together for the full effect. Gotta fall in line with the good fight. Try to keep an eye on what my insides look like. What that we make will be taken for granted. What that we do will be carved in a wall. Try to see more than the worst in each other. Later the motion, the closer the call. What that we make will be taken for granted. What that we do will be carved in a wall. Try to see more than the worst in each other. Later the motion, the closer the call. Later the motion, the closer the call. What that we make will be taken for granted. What that we do will be carved in a wall. Try to see more than the worst in each other. Later the motion, the closer the call.
Hi, I am Becca from the Sweet Lillies, and I am so grateful for the role that music has played in my life. And definitely one just funny little thing that I remember is in middle school when I was in the orchestra. I was playing viola, and my teacher required 20 minutes of practice a day. And I remember all my friends' parents would sign off on the 20 minutes, and they didn't actually have to do it. But my mom said, no, you have to play for 20 minutes every day or I'm not signing. And, you know, at the time I was like, oh, come on, man. But, you know, when I did that, it changed my playing, and, you know, just that practice time every day and the time that you spend with your instrument, it really matters. And it's carried into now. You know, if I pick up the instrument for 20 minutes, that'll turn into sometimes an hour or 2 hours or a long time, and you just kind of can, whatever's going on around you, you can just be focused on the music, and it can, you can really find a lot of solace there. And so I think that it's anything that you can do to spend some time with music, whether it's listening or playing, it's so valuable and so important to people everywhere. And it's anyone can experience that joy. And so super grateful to be supporting the Mockingbird Foundation and just everything that they do for music and arts for kids. So thank you so much for having us.
Walking down long and lonesome road, trying to part with stories that I'm told, words are repeated every single day. Now it's time to break a rusty cage, yeah. And I look up, gaze upon the stars, yep. Distant futures beaming from afar, and I know someday things are gonna change. Until then, I'm gonna march along the way, yeah. I got blood on my hands, ain't going away, yeah, yeah. I got blood on my hands, and it's here to stay, yeah, yeah. Sometimes I feel like I'm a war machine, trying to tame this war inside me. And I know that every single passing day, I feel my time slowly slip away, yeah. I got blood on my hands, ain't going away, yeah, yeah. I got blood on my hands, it's here to stay, yeah, yeah.
Where will you go when your river runs red? Where will you run when it's in your head? Where will you go when your river runs red? Where will you run when it's in your head?
Here to stay, yeah, yeah. I got blood on my hands, ain't going away, yeah, yeah. I got blood on my hands, it's here to stay, yeah, yeah. I got blood on my hands.
Hey y'all, I'm Dustin from the Sweet Lillies, and music education is real important to me. I started playing music when I was 20, so I'm a little late, but I found it and it's given me something that I can spend my time on and put my mental energy on. It's rounded me out as a person. I've met a lot of different people that I wouldn't have met otherwise. Yeah, it just kept me growing as an individual, and music's a never-ending rabbit hole that you can get lost in, and it's beautiful. And if you're the type of person that that would be good for, then it's really powerful to find. And I think it's important that the Mockingbird Foundation is providing support for musical education. We all feel really strongly about that, and we're happy to be here helping you guys.
On the flam, boy, it's tough. I just toss that ham in the frying pan. Like spam, done when I come in, slam, damn. Feeling like the sun has set. Don't make me wreck shit, hectic. Next, get the chair. Got me going like General Electric. And the lights are blinking. I'm thinking it's all over when I go out drinking. Oh, making my mind slow. That's why I don't fuck with the big 4-0. Bro, I got to maintain. Cause a lady like me is going insane. Insane in the membrane. Insane in the membrane.
Insane in the brain.
Insane in the membrane.
Insane and I got no brain.
Insane in the membrane.
Insane in the brain.
Do my shit undercover, now it's time for the blubber. Blabber, watch that belly get fatter. Fat boy on a diet. Don't try it, I check your ass like a looter in a riot. My shit's fat like a sumo, slamming that ass, leaving your face in the grass. You know I don't take a sumo like the bitch just jealous cause he can't outwalk me. So hit that stop, wicked, wild, happy face dude, never seen me smile. With that plain frame, I'll explain. A lady like me is going insane. Insane in the membrane.
Insane in the brain.
Insane in the membrane.
Insane in the brain.
Insane in the membrane.
Insane and I got no brain.
Insane in the membrane.
Insane in the brain.
Try to snatch my guaps. These pigs wanna blow my house down. Head underground to the next town. They get mad when they come to raid my pad, and I'm off in the night goose cat. Yes, I'm a pirate, pilot of this ship. When I get with the ultraviolet dream, hide from the red light beam. Now do you believe in the unseen? Look, but don't make your eyes strain, cause a lady like me is going insane. Insane in the membrane.
Insane in the brain.
Insane in the membrane.
Insane in the brain.
Insane in the membrane.
Insane and I got no brain.
Insane in the membrane.
Insane in the brain.
They didn't notice you were there, so very quiet. Just must have missed you that whole time. If it's alright with you, I'll just keep doing what I do, singing songs in the dark alone without you. I'll be very still, so just don't worry about me, babe. If it's alright, I could just decide to stay. If it's alright with you, I'll just keep doing what I do, singing songs and writing songs all about you. Oh, 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 oh. not weak and I'm not wired, 'cause tonight I'll just be sitting here with you. If it's alright with you, I'll just keep doing what I do, singing songs and writing songs all about you. Oh, 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 oh. When I think of all the things I wish I could have said, all the things I've tried and tried, but still I just can't say, how I'm trapped inside myself each and every day. Scared, I'm not tired, I'm not weak and I'm not white, 'cause tonight it's just something to get through. If it's alright with you, I'll just keep doing what I do, singing songs in the dark alone without you. Oh, 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 oh.
Hi, I'm Julie Gussaroff from the Sweet Lillies, and music and art education is so important for, especially for young people as they're getting going in their journeys of education, because it's really important to tap into those parts of ourselves other than just math and science, which are really, really important. But for some of us, music and art is the only way we can actually express ourselves. And so, like when I was a kid, if I didn't have music, I would have been in a lot of trouble. And so I learned how to channel a lot of my intensity and my intense feelings into my writing and my singing and my playing. And I think it's really, really, I'm really, really grateful to have had education from all angles of my youth, my family, as well as teachers. As I said, I know that people like me would have been in a lot of trouble without music in our lives. So it's really, really important to make sure people are getting to learn from an early age, something that speaks to their heart, speaks to their soul. And yeah, thanks for having us at the Mockingbird Foundation Jamboree today to help raise awareness and funds for musical education. Yeah.
Some of y'all might know this, some of y'all don't. Some of y'all might get with this, and some of y'all won't, but listen, let me clear my throat. Oh, have mercy, babe. Ha! I hope you don't mind. Let me clear my throat. Here we go now, here we go now, here we go now, here we go now, here we go now. And it goes a little something like this. Now rock to the rhythm of the funky rhyme. So I can get busy just one more time to the beat and you don't quit. It's that old school rap with the new school hit. Peter Piper picked a pepper and cool rock the rhyme. And I can still rip up the house every goddamn time I get on the mic, I go crazy. Peace out to CeeLo, Flex, and the Daisy. And if you never knew, then now you know I'm the undisputed queen of this disco. And I never let the mic magnetize me no more, because DJ Cool rip up the whole damn floor. Now I'ma rock a rhyme with the greatest of ease, and swing it like a man on a flying trapeze. And if you don't like it, you can grab on these. And now I need some help from the maestro, please. Take a little moment to say thank you so much for having us. We're excited to play songs as part of the Mockingbird Foundation Jamboree. Now make some noise! Woo! Now let me clear my throat. Oh! Have mercy, babe. Ha! I hope you don't mind. Now rock to the rhythm of the funky rhyme, so I can get busy just one more time to the beat and you don't quit. It's that old school rap with the new school hit. Peter Piper, Victor Pepper, and cool rock the rhyme. And I can still rip up the house every goddamn time I get on the mic, I go crazy. Peace out to CeeLo, Flex, and the Lazy. And if you never knew, then now you know I'm the undisputed queen of this disco. So check the flavor of the rhythm I wrote, and while I get a chance here, let me clear my throat.
Good evening, everybody. Thanks for tuning in, helping out the Mockingbird Foundation. Let's get those kids educated in things that matter, like music. It's like you're gonna pull the rug on me. Who you gonna come home to see? Better take a long look inside, re-examine your appetite, 'cause there's a whole lot of air out there to breathe. Might choke yourself on your knees, trying to be free. What you need, whoa, what you need. Sitting quiet with your feet. It's always been just you and I here. Now we don't even talk, looking for a line to walk, but it never really was so clear. Now who decides what is more? More or less? Less is more. Whoa, baby, more or less. More or less. You better put me down too brave. I wouldn't want to hurt you back. You can either be brave or bite. You decide which is right. Clearly you don't even want me. So just be real and let me go.
set me free, let me go. Whoa, it's what you need. 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 Whoa, what you need. It's like you're gonna pull the rug on me. Who you gonna come home to see? Better take a long look inside, re-examine your appetite, 'cause there's a whole lot of air out there to breathe. Might choke yourself on your knees, trying to be free. What do you need? Oh, baby, what you need.
You know, for myself, music education was really important, but for her as well, it's very important to me that music is in school for her and all the kids. So this is a cause near and dear to my heart. This is a song I wrote after my wife gave birth to her. No matter how far we've come, still the same thing on my mind, that we can grow together if we can find the time. You gotta hold on me now. It's making me feel weak somehow, 'cause when I gotta go, I worry about coming home. Will you keep me still, even if I'm gone, until you're feeling so alone, wondering where I have gone? No matter how far we've come, still the same thing on my mind, that we can grow together if we can find the time. But if you lose my love, can't recall what we become when we dare to dream, evergreen, A to G, and what our lives are worth, captured and measured since our birth. But when I'm looking back, it's so clear now what I've lacked. No matter how far we've come, still the same thing on my mind, that we can grow together if we can find the time. no matter how far we've come. Still the same thing on my mind, same thing on my mind, that we can grow together if we can find the time. I felt prepared to learn that all I knew of love could be wrong, and when a heart is full, somehow it yields the space for more. Without a breath to spare, I'll give you more than I can bear to, because what you have given me reveals the man I hope to be. No matter how far we've come, still the same thing on my mind, that we can grow together if we can find the time, that we can grow together. Bad guy in a silent film, lit up by candles in the space between the shadows. Wouldn't have to say nothing or sound mean, I just wouldn't smile or look too pleased. They can't all be good, my guess better that they shouldn't. What if sorrows swim, but God don't need burn them. Cut my hair off and save my beard, stop wearing white, keep nothing clean at all. Oh, what a relief from the pressure to just be hated, and learn that being bad ain't nothing but pleasure. They can't all be good, my guess better that they shouldn't. What if sorrows swim, good God, don't need burn them. Good God, don't need burn them. Good God, don't need burn them. I could rob some worse guys, done up like good ones, then hide a pile of money, never have to worry. Maybe give it all away for a reason to steal, another chance to keep from keeping still. They can't all be good, my guess better that they shouldn't. What if sorrows swim, good God, don't need burn them. They can't all be good, my guess better that they shouldn't. What if sorrows swim, good God, don't need burn them. Good God, don't need burn them. Good God, don't need to burn them.
Well, I really do appreciate you tuning in to help the Mockingbird Foundation help children get musical education in school. It was certainly really important for me. I still remember the day they brought the orchestra instruments to the classroom and asked if any of us would like to play them. And I was like, hell yeah, I'll play that one. I played the viola for a while, which led to the guitar. But I was also very active in community theater. So I had a lot of good instructors there for all things music, dance, acting. I had a very influential choir director in high school named Sean Lawton. I love him to death. Gave me a really good education beyond music. He was a role model for me, a mentor. I did an independent study with him when I was a senior to learn music theory on my own. Even though I was hardly going to school, I was going to choir. I used to cut class a lot, but I would go for choir and try to get marked absent so it didn't mess up my day of not being at school. But the rehearsal and the music was always so important to me that I was not willing to skip that. I didn't really need to go to math class. I had that on lock, so why go? But choir, don't skip choir, kids. Don't skip choir schools. Keep it in there, please.
These same songs that we keep writing gonna keep us honest, at least so I'm hoping. Yeah, speaking of honest, I lie down with strangers when I'm dreaming. I lie about drinking, I lied about dreaming. I've just been sleeping off this way. It's gonna take chances to keep us alive, and the chances looking slim. Baby, we're dying, or maybe we're living over and over again. What if you do wrong so long that it feels right? What if two is too many to fight? Are you gonna be rich, girl, for all your life? Or give up your sense of truth for tonight? It's gonna take chances to keep us alive, and the chances are looking slim. Baby, we're dying, or maybe we're living over and over and over and over again. Wish I had more hands and a whole lot of insight to fix up this mess I insist to write, and a little bit of alimony to leave behind for all my loved ones if I up and flee there. It's gonna take chances to keep us alive, and the chances are looking slim. Baby, we're dying, or maybe we're living over and over and over and over and over and over again. 2 jumps in a week, I bet you think you're pretty special, don't you, boy? Flying on your motorcycle, watching all the ground beneath you fall. Kill yourself for recognition, kill yourself to never ever stop. Broke another mirror, you're turning into something you are not. Don't leave me high, don't leave me dry, don't leave me high, don't leave me dry. Drying up in conversation, you will be the one who cannot talk. All your insides fall to pieces, you just sit there wishing you could still make love. They're the ones who hate you, you think you got the world all sussed out. They're the ones who spit at you, you will be the one screaming out. Don't leave me high, don't leave me dry, don't leave me high, don't leave me dry. You ever had, the best thing that you ever had is gone. Oh, the best thing that you ever had, the best thing that you ever had. Don't leave me high, don't leave me dry, don't leave me high, don't leave me dry. What if we'd done it all for money? Nobody ever even really cared. Who can you pay to come and clear it all away? To start fresh and earn it all again. Maybe it's just like Elvis on the big screen, someone light in your dream. Gonna put the hard times on poor choices, gotta put the good ones on luck. Better save something for to get you smarter for when you're dumb, done, and all out of work. Hope it ain't like Darwin and his silly ideas, they're only right if they believe. How could the top get so empty? Get to the point, nothing left but to fall. They used to love this, why don't they like it when I'm just trying to grow? Could be like sending people into outer space with no real finish to the race. The race. To space. Now I am surrounded, feeling like a captive, captive. Spent too much time looking for the right song to sing. It matters more the love it brings. But if you need a voice, I'm yours, friend, for something better in the end. What have we done it all for money? Nobody ever even really cared. Who can you pay to come and clear it all away? To start fresh and earn it all again. Maybe life's just like Dorothy in a weird dream. Nothing's as hard as it may seem. Thanks for tuning in. I'm Hoffman from Green Sky Bluegrass. Help the kids learn music. It's good for all of us.
First Mockingbird Foundation grants were 20 years ago to Art Sanctuary in Philadelphia, the New Mexico Jazz Workshop, and a music education program in a remote part of Alaska. Since then, we've made 493 grants nationwide, probably including one or more near you, and now we've mapped them all on Google Earth. See where your donation dollars have gone and the impact that thousands of us have collectively made over the past 2 decades. Zoom in on any grant to explore the area in 2D or 3D, and check out this info bubble for a summary of the grant and links to the grantee and grant announcement. We appreciate your support for music education. The world needs it.
jungles in my bed, trying to stop these demons that keep dancing in my head. Down with disease and I'm up before the dawn. 1,000 barefoot children outside, dancing on my lawn. Dancing on the lawn, and I keep waiting for a time when I can finally say, this has all been wonderful, now I'm on my way. When I think it's time to leave it all behind, try to find a way to, there's nothing I can say. Stop, 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 stop. Down with disease and the jungles in my mind, they're coming up my waterfalls and swinging on my vines. So I try to hear the music, but I'm always losing time. They're stepping on my rhythms and they're stealing all my lines. Stealing all my lines, and I keep waiting for the time when I can finally see, this has all been wonderful, now I'm on my way. When I think it's time to leave it all behind, try to find a way to, there's nothing I can say to make me stop. Stop, 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 stop. For the time when I can finally say, this has all been wonderful, now I'm on my way. When I think it's time to leave it all behind, try to find a way to, there's nothing I can say to make me stop. Stop, 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 stop. Time when I can finally say, this has all been wonderful, now I'm on my way. Waiting for the time when I can finally say, this has all been wonderful, now I'm on my way. Waiting for the time when I can finally say, this has all been wonderful, now I'm on my way. Waiting for the time when I can finally say, this has all been wonderful, but now I'm on my way. Here comes sunshine. Line up a long shot, maybe try 2 times, maybe more. Good to know you got shoes to wear when you find the floor. Why hold out for more? Here comes sunshine. Here comes sunshine. shot. Maybe try 2 times, maybe more. Good to know you got the shoes to wear when you find the floor. Why hold out for more? Here comes sunshine. Here comes sunshine. Pressure builds, you buy a gift, you're hoping that your dread will lift. You shudder on her like a glass, you shudder as it comes to pass. Apologize to Loosen Lil, converse with Ed, a drive with Jill. Your friends can find you in their worlds, one by one, a string of pearls. Confused you say, this isn't me. You hover in their unity. Ashamed you slowly lose your grasp. Release the lace, undo the clasp. The skin that drifts down off the trees or peels back slowly from your knees. Rocks into your lung and heart. You laugh and laugh and fall apart. Laughing, laughing, 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 fall apart. Fell apart. Like to live beneath the dirt, a tiny space to move and breathe is all that I ever need. I wanna live beneath the dirt, where I'd be free from push and shove, like all those soaring up above. Beneath their heels I spend my time. Shout your name into the wind. I'll wriggle in the earth and dew. Shout your name into the wind. Sometimes I'll think of you. Shout your name into the wind. And if you ever think of me, kneel down and kiss the earth, and show me what this thought is worth. Never hear your voice again.
Well, I will never forget my first music teacher, my first real music teacher. His name was J. Michael Pope out in Durham, North Carolina. And I heard about him from the Stickley brothers, my buddies that I was going to high school or even middle school with. I can't remember when we started, but this guy, I play banjo and he didn't play banjo at all. He was almost like a life teacher, a life coach. I don't know. He just taught you overall music and got us inspired to go out and play in front of people. Even when we were 15-year-old kids, he made us go to an open mic night out in Chapel Hill and try to play songs we couldn't play at all. And I'll just never forget that guy for not only teaching us, but like encouraging us to perform before we were ready. And it sure is a great way to prepare for playing songs we don't know, like we're doing today.
Last night I was laying in my bed and dying. Annie Bonneau of St. Angel said the weather down here so fine, so fine. Just then the wind came squalling through the dark. Ooh, can the weather command? Just wanna have a little peace to die, and a friend or two I love at hand. Fever roll up to 105. Roll on up, gotta roll back down. One more day, find myself alive, and tomorrow maybe lay beneath the ground. See here how everything lead up to this day, and it's just like any other day that's ever been. Sun coming up and then the sun is going down. Shine through my window and my friends they come around. Come around, come around. poor as me. Just look at poor Peter while he lay down, and tomorrow maybe we will come and see. Come and see. Come and see. Come and see. His name was Jim. Run away, run away. He took all of my old clothes with him. Run away, run away, run away. Oh, run away, Jim. Oh, run away, Jim. He was 12 years old when his trip began. Run away, run away, run away. Hauling down the highway in the old stand. Run away, run away, run away. Oh, now I wish someone would tell me where old Jim went. Run away, run away. He took all the money that I saved for rent. Run away, run away, run away. Oh, run away, Jim. Oh, run away, Jim. By the time he came home, he was 17. That's 119 to you and me. Run away, run away, run away. Oh, run away, Jim. Oh, run away, Jim. Now I'm gonna go to the mountain. Run away, run away. Seeking for Jim who's swimming in the fountain. Run away, run away, run away. Oh, Jim. Oh, rich Jim. Oh, runaway Jim. Oh, runaway Jim.
Yeah, I could talk all day about my experience going to college level music school. I went back to college for music when I was in my late 20s, and thought I was pretty hot stuff at that point. I'd been playing in bands since I was in high school, and thought I was pretty good. And when I got to music school, which actually was at the University of Denver, Lamont School of Music, and Lynn Baker was the head of the jazz department there, and just blew my mind wide open as far as how deep a musician's knowledge can go and how deep their skills can go. It was just incredibly inspiring. And in fact, Lynn Baker's retiring after this school year, I believe. So congratulations, Lynn.
Well, I would say Andy kind of inspired me to tell this story about how playing songs you don't know. When I first joined Great American Taxi, I learned about 30 songs, and I remember my first gig was at the Star Bar in Park City, Utah. And, we were just winging it. So I'm like, leaned to Vince, I'm like, so what are we going to play? And he just kind of looks at me, mumbles something like, 1, 2, 3, and just starts. No idea what we're playing in front of, 100 people. So I was totally thrown to the wolves, but I learned real quick in that band, use your ears, figure out songs on the fly that you don't know. That's really hard to do as a bass player. But yeah, that was a great experience for me, for sure. Learning how to improvise on the fly. So, yeah.
Last night, in the moments my thoughts were adrift, and coasting a terrace approaching a rift, through which I could spy subtle glimpses beneath. At the darkness the light from above could not reach. I spied wings of reason, herself taking flight, and upon yonder precipice saw her alight, and glare back at me one last look of dismay, as if she were the last one she thought I'd betray. So much the better, I said to myself, and drawing quite close to the top of the shelf, I struggled with destiny up on the ledge, and gasped when defeated he slipped off the edge. And silence contagious in moments like these consumed me and strengthened my will to appease the passion that sparked me one terrible night. It shocked and persuaded my soul to ignite. So much the better, I said to myself, while drawing quite close to the top of the shelf. I struggled with destiny up on the ledge, and gasped when defeated he slipped off the edge. And silence contagious in moments like these consume me and strengthen my will to appease the passion that sparked me one terrible night. It shocked and persuaded my soul to ignite. 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 Shocked and persuaded my soul to ignite.
Hi, I'm Melissa Walker, founder of Jazz House Kids.
I'm Christian McBride, Artistic Director.
For 18 years, we've been an instrument for change, helping young people flourish on and off the stage.
We'd like to congratulate the Mockingbird Foundation on 25 years of putting music first and ensuring access to arts education.
And we want to thank you for your special COVID-19 Relief Fund grant.
You didn't know the Jazz House, yet you came to our aid.
We can't thank you enough for helping to keep our doors swinging wide open. Happy 25th anniversary.
Yay!
Hi, everybody. Happy anniversary. My deepest congratulations to all of you in the Mockingbird Foundation for 25 years of incredible work on the front lines of this very worthy cause, raising well over $1 million. I'm not even sure how much by now, and donating musical instruments to schools and supporting staffing of school music departments in all 50 states. It's amazing. And the fact that this is a nonprofit organization and the fact that it was founded and funded by the Fish fan community is so deeply inspiring and humbling to me and to the rest of the band. We talk about it all the time. We all congratulate you and thank you for this amazing thing that you're doing. It's incredible, changing lives, and thank you. Happy anniversary.
One, two, three. I don't want to sing about it. I need another sad song, like I need another long dark road. It's tough enough to dream about it, clinging to a vision where you give me your hand to hold. It's not like we don't talk about it, spinning in circles, skip to things we've already said. My friends don't want to hear about it. Am I such a broken record trying to rhyme all of my questions? Got to get out of the way and listen for life to play me a song with a groove in the middle of it. A song makes me move in the middle of it. A song with style to make me smile, pick me up and start me over again. But I don't need another sad song. I'll find a love and sing about it. Forget another sad song. Let's flip that old 45. 'Cause lately I've been hearing something. Drums in the distance, life is more than just existing. What really makes it right is when I find myself a song with a groove in the middle of it. A song makes me move in the middle of it. A song with style to make me smile, pick me up and start me over again. don't need a song about a broken heart. Black and blue and feeling miles apart. Sometimes the groove, it's a helping hand. It picks you back up and starts you all over again. I feel like breaking out with it, checking my connections. Let's get that show on the road. It has a kind of ring about it. Records made for breaking, chances made for taking. When you know that sometimes all it takes is a song with a groove in the middle of it. A song makes me move in the middle of it. A song with a groove in the middle of it. A song makes me move in the middle of it. A song with a groove in the middle of it. Ooh, in the middle of it. A song makes me move in the middle of it. Ooh, in the middle of it. A song with style to make me smile, pick me up and start me over, and then you play that song again.
When the axe fall down, take up the yoke and plow the fields around. Gone are the days when the lady said, please, General Jack Jones, won't you come to me? Brown-eyed women in red grenadine, the bottle was dusty but the liquor was clean. Sound of the thunder with the rain pouring down, and it looks like the old man's getting on. 1920 when he stepped to the bar, drank to the dregs of the whiskey jar. 1930 when the wall caved in, made his way selling that red-eye gin. Brown-eyed women in red grenadine, the bottle was dusty but the liquor was clean. Sound of the thunder with the rain pouring down, and it looks like the old man's getting home. Delilah Jones was the mother of twins, 2 times over, and the rest were saints. Raised 8 boys, only I turned bad. Didn't get the lickings that the other ones had. Brown-eyed women in red grenadine, the bottle was dusty but the liquor was clean. Sound of the thunder with the rain pouring down, and it looks like the old man's getting on. so hard that the roof caved in. Delilah Jones went to meet her God, and the old man never was the same again. Daddy made whiskey and he made it well. Cost $2 and it burned like hell. I cut hickory just to fire the still. Drink down the gallon and be ready to kill. Brown-eyed women in red grenadine. The bottle was dusty but the liquor was clean. Sound of the thunder with the rain pouring down, and it looks like the old man's getting on. Fall down, take up the yoke and plow the fields around. Gone are the days when the lady said, please, General Jack Jones, won't you come to me? Brown-eyed women in red grenadine. The bottle was dusty but the liquor was clean. Sound of the thunder with the rain pouring down, and it looks like the old man's getting on. Yeah, it looks like the old man's getting on.
You can hear me calling, been gone so long that I wanna cry. In all the cities that I see, this lonely road has taken me to another place far away from you. I close the door behind me and fall onto the bed. There's nothing on the TV and not much in my head. Then I think of you, it makes me smile, and I realize it's another day without you. Now wait for me, little darling, I'm coming home, I hope you'll understand. I long for you, little darling, can't wait till I can see you again. And as the days turn into weeks, I'll call you when you're fast asleep. The air outside is cold enough to snow. In all the little towns I see, another road has taken me to some other place far away from you. The man behind the counter says room 225. I can't recall the place I'm in by the looks inside. As sure as every hotel looks the same, I realize it's another day without you. Now wait for me, little darling, I'm coming home, I hope you'll understand. I long for you, little darling, can't wait till I can see you again. Now wait for me, hope you'll understand. I long for you, little darling. Can't wait till I can see you again. I can't wait till I can see you again.
Give you my heart and give you my soul. Looking for light in a love gone cold. So why am I lonely, left high and dry? I give you the world and you ask for my pride. It's out of the pan and into the fire. Wells hit bottom, flames get high. When the smoke clears and ashes fall, gonna wonder why we burned it all. No, there's a reason, just need a sign to get my heart talking to this head of mine. Write it down plain, easy to read. We're on borrowed time, babe, I'm begging you please. It's out of the pan and into the fire. Wells hit bottom, flames get higher. When the smoke clears and ashes fall, gonna wonder why we burned it all. Drunk, I'd run to the bars. If I was a farmer, I'd furrow the ground. I'm a boy with a song, it's barely a sound. It goes out of the pan and into the fire. Wells hit bottom, flames get higher. When the smoke clears and ashes fall, gonna wonder why we burned it all. Won't we wonder why we burned it all?
Why is music education now so important? And I think the obvious answer is because it is bloody absent. And if you have music education in your early life, it just twists your brain in the most beautiful way. You start to problem solve differently. You listen to things differently. It's critically important, I think, in the whole development of the child and take it forward into adulthood. I think it's critically important, and its absence is something that it breaks my heart, which is why something like Mockingbird Foundation is so beautiful. The other question that I was going to answer is talking about a teacher that was really important to me. And I grew up with sort of like enforced piano lessons from an early age, which I did, and I loved music and I loved the piano. To this day, I do. And then I got to 4th grade and 5th grade and had our music teacher. And he was also our music teacher in 6th and 7th grade. By the time 6th grade came around, I was in the approximation of a jazz band for Massachusetts, 6th graders. And he took my father aside. I was playing piano in the band. And then I ended up just comping bass. I was really just playing bass on the piano. He took my father aside and he says, your son's not a piano player. He can play the piano, but he's not a piano player. He's a bass player. I'd never touched a bass in my life. And my father, who's also a musician, said, and musicians talk to each other in a very unique way. And he's like, oh yeah? He was like, cool. And the next thing I know, there was this small 3/4 scale electric bass made by a Japanese company called Hondo. I wish I still had it, because in my mind it sounds amazing. But they put it in my hands, and I didn't have the strength in these fingers to press down, so I just play with these fingers, And we put together a band. I was in 6th grade. The other guys were in 8th grade. That was so amazing because like the 8th grade girls seemed like they were into me. You know what I mean? And they weren't really, but they seemed like it when I was playing. And that changed the course of my life because as a matter of fact, I was a bass player. I didn't know it. My dad didn't know it, but this teacher knew it. He saw something in me, identified it, and facilitated it, and it changed the arc of my life. And if not for that guy putting a bass in my hand, I would not be here. Who knows where I'd be?
You must have had your reasons when you left without a call. I don't want you thinking that I shed too many tears. I never felt the need to cry for all the wondering why. I don't think love can ever feel that way again. I searched this whole town round for a whisper of your name, but I don't need you thinking that you got the best of me. And it doesn't shame me that I've spent a lot of time wondering if love can ever feel that way again. I wouldn't bet you're thinking about me now, but that's all the same to me, 'cause I don't think that much of you since those couple nights I spent alone, sitting home waiting for your call, and you never called at all. Why I'm singing this ain't that you done me wrong, and it's not because I'm worried I've left all that stuff behind. It's just I find it funny how you chose to treat a friend. I don't think love can ever feel that way again. I wouldn't bet you're thinking about me now, but that's all the same to me, 'cause I don't think that much of you since those couple nights I spent alone, sitting home waiting for your call. Hey, you never called at all. I wouldn't bet you're thinking about me now. It's all the same to me, 'cause I don't think that much of you since those couple nights I spent alone, sitting home waiting for your call, and you never called at all. A friend of ours has seen you and he said you're looking fine. He was talking about your beauty and I was asking about your mind. Besides, it's not your face I find I'm missing in the end. I don't think love can ever feel that way again. I don't think love can ever feel that way again.
Your share of crying, my son. There's not much that I have done that makes me proud when I look back upon it. Sometimes I've lost, sometimes I've won. That's just a gambler's way to try and justify it. That's what you get when you live on the road.
you and no one to hold you when you're crying. And that's what you get when you live on the run.
There's not much that I can do to make it up to her, but I can try and make it up to you and share some lessons I have learned. Can't you see your fire, son, and everything you touch is going to burn? You can't drown that kind of flame. Look into the heavens just because you want someone that you can blame. And every day starts out divine. It's just we spend the hours wasting all that precious time.
That's what you get when you live on the run. No one who knows you and no one to hold you when you're crying. And you'll do your share of crying, my son. I had a woman once a long time ago, and a restless spirit kept me running down that lonesome road. Do you know how much you look like her? I hope you do some living before any chance of doing it is gone. Done and gone. Gone, gone.
Hello everyone, my name is Alexia Guillon and I am from Roma, Texas. I am a senior at Roma High School and a member of their award-winning Mariachi Nuevo Santander. We would like to thank the Mockingbird Foundation for their contribution to our mariachi program, which will help us continue our tradition of excellency through music. Once again, thank you, and we hope you all are staying safe out there.
I thought I would walk in on a calm, peaceful room, but I was very wrong.
It's important to have good influences on these girls, and I think rock and roll camp gives a space for that. And they get confident, they get on stage, and they're like, I can rock. Every day it starts with assembly, so we all kind of come together, we talk about whatever's going to happen during the day, and then they head off to instrument instruction, where if they're a beginner, they can learn their instrument, and if they've already played their instrument, they'll learn new songs. They have band practice on a normal day, so that's where they get to jam, they get to write their song, they get to just express themselves. There's usually 2 workshops per day, from self-defense to zine making. They're doing screen printing today, so they design a logo and they make shirts.
All right, that came out awesome.
Beautiful! My favorite thing that's happened so far is definitely getting the band together. That was fun. I actually got a really good band, so we agree on a lot of things. I think I learned that I have a better voice than I actually thought, and to be more confident. I learned that I was a peacemaker. The only thing I'm going to take away from this camp is being less shy. You should really come here. It's really fun, and it's an experience that I think everybody should have. Come to rock camp. Those are my final words.
Too little shade and too much sun. You get burned, get just enough pain to learn from. You move too far, you move too fast. You test your heart out, you scale it back. You get just enough blood to burn, son. Oh, why the medicine days? Why the sickness? Why the rage? I wanted just enough pain to learn from. Oh, why'd I do it that way? What is this now, oh, this day? Can I have just one something not go wrong? And I can't take any more. I'll stay inside of my door to hide the pain. And I made it this time. I've been pushed too far across that line, and I guess I'm fine. Guess I'm fine. Two little shoes to make you walk out to somewhere your heart can talk. You get all the space in the world for it. You take your licking and you take it strong. You take abuse now, but not for long. You take just enough pain to learn from. Oh, why the reticent haze? Oh, I get blasted. Oh, I get blazed. Why does nothing feel the same when I burn? Oh, why the medicine days? The real mama says she wants you to learn something, And I can't take any more. I stay inside of my door to hide the pain. And I mean it this time. I've been pushed too far across that line, and I guess I'm fine. I guess I'm fine. Too little lines to point you where you're going. Too little knowledge of the know you should be knowing. And you're heading in blind to the turn, son. Too little shoes to make you walk out to somewhere your heart can talk. You get all the space in the world. And I can't take anymore. Bust down my door, show you my pain. And I mean it this time. I've been pushed too far across the line. And I guess I'm fine. I guess I'm fine. I guess I'm fine. Oh, I guess I'm fine. I guess I'm fine. I guess I'm fine. I guess I'm fine. Oh, I guess I'm fine. I guess I'm fine. I would have called again, but then what if you didn't answer? Much like the times I've called before. I know you reach out when you can, put all your daily chores to bed. And when your heart and your brain isn't racing anymore, busy people in the burning sand, take a look up from your looking glass when you can. I would have moved your way, but then you never would have asked me to. We never put each other out, we just put each other on. And so I keep you on my mantle, right here inside my looking glass. Never far from how I see myself in this. Busy people in the burning sand, take a look up from your looking glass when you can. I would have given you my last dime, 10 silver pennies for to feed you with. I'm full of imaginary gifts. You call to tell me that I'm not alone. You write to show me you can reach my home. You mean to tell me that you've known all this time where it is. I'm just playing for busy people in the burning sand. Take a look up from your looking glass when you can. when you came. I won't take it when your call comes in. I'll sit and listen to it afterwards. I'll call you back when I'm feeling good and done with it. Busy people in the burning sand, take a look up from your looking glass when you came. Busy people in the burning sand, take a look up from your looking glass when you came. When you came. All right. Thanks for checking out at home. Thanks to the Mockingbird Foundation for having me. If you were in here, I feel like you would have applauded, but maybe that's wishful thinking. But I'm feeling you. I'm feeling the silence. Here at Levon's Barn, what an honor to play this place, this wonderful room. I got to play here once before, and I got to see Levon play here once with Mavis Staples. He sat right there, played the drums, he sang Ophelia. And here we are, here I am, a man, alone in a room, talking into a microphone. Strange days. I'm not alone, there's people here, they're just supposed to be quiet. Try to get a rise out of you. All right, here's a song. Wake me in the morning, tell me there's no time for sleeping. Tell me that today's the day we're leaving. Drive us to the water's edge, dive into my heart instead. Tell me that we're home now, and home is where the heart has room to dance. It feels good enough for dancing. I know I have an audience with you here by my side. And if you need some privacy, I'll walk myself outside and count to 10. Mark the summer solstice with a moon dance for the weekend. Tell me that today's the day we're leaving. Drive us round to kingdom come, showdown work that need be done. Tell me we're in heaven now, and heaven is where everyone has room to run. It feels good enough for running. I know I got some work to do with you here by my side. And if we need somewhere to go, we'll all just close our eyes and count to 10. Time and again, it's clear I'm in trouble when you're not near me. Turn around, take your chances. Part the sea, don't leave it up to me. Who I dance with, who I dance with. All these preparations have been made for the proceedings. Tell me that today's the day we're needed. Throw thine hands up in the air and show me there's a fire somewhere. Point up to the sky now and open up your eyes and I'll find you there. and I'll find you anywhere. I feel we have a mission now, and I believe there is a plan. And if it feels too much to bear, just sit right there and do the running man. Time and again it's clear, I'm in trouble when you're not near me. Turn around and take your chances. Part the sea, don't leave it up to me. Part the sea, don't leave it up to me. Who I dance with, who I dance with, who I dance, who I dance with. Thank you. I'm just kidding around. When I was younger, bursting out of bed with that energy, I was like, sugar and milk, ma, sugar and milk, ma. Then I got older. I'm not sure how, but it's happening to me. Standing here in this bar and think about when I was younger, when I was running down the sidewalk. Running full speed down the end of the street saying, come on boys, we're all digging in China. Oh, but now I'm older, brighter, wise beyond my years. At least I feel that way when I got my hot coffee in a paper cup. Burning my lip, may catch fit if I don't take a sip, but I got that cold cream to smooth it out some. Spoonful of sugar, help that medicine go down. Stick in the mud, and now I'm watching the sun spin around and around and around, running down the sidewalk. Ah, I missed my bus. But now the 219 well, ain't the only thing that I'm waiting on to come pick me up, 'cause I'm bolder, brighter, wise beyond my years. At least I feel that way when I got my hot coffee in a paper cup. Running down the sidewalk, running full speed down the end of the street. But now the 219 well, ain't the only thing that I'm waiting on to come pick me up, 'cause I'm older, brighter, wise beyond my years. At least I feel that way when I got my hot coffee in a paper cup. Oh, at least I feel that way when I got my hot coffee in a paper cup. Tell me your number. You can tell me your name. Tell me your shoe size, little darling. You can tell me anything, just don't tell me you got better things to do. Talking about long walks in the sunshine, I'm talking about loving you. Tell me that I'm out of my mind for trying. Tell me to save my 2 cents for another dollar girl to be denying. Just don't tell me you got better things to do. I'm talking about nothing short of spectacular, mama. I'm talking about with loving you. From that very first moment that I laid my eyes upon you, the sunshine of life came rolling on into view. Bet another dollar I can make my 2 cents sound more crazy, but I do believe I'm falling in love with every inch and every mannerism of you. Little flip of your hair, and the shape of your feet, and the way you're looking at me sideways as we're walking down the street. I think I like to, love to, hate to, leave you, need you, wanna squeeze you all the time. Paint me pink with polka dots. Take a look at my heart-shaped honeymoon eyes. Tell me your number, tell me your name. Tell me your favorite color, little darling. You can tell me anything, just don't tell me you got better things to do. I'm talking about long walks in the sunshine, long nights in the moonshine. Take another step and you're all mine. I'm talking about loving you, loving you, loving you, loving you. It's like a weird and awesome dream right now. You're playing in Levon's barn, but there's no audience. But you can feel the audience. There's a small audience, but they're being professional. He said to himself, I am thankful for my ankles, that's right. And I never think about them, but they balance me wherever I go. Unless I'm sitting down, and then I think about them even less, you know. And I am special, my mama told me. And I've been around long enough to know the road can grow so long and so lonely. Testing my ability to be thankful. Well, now I'm trading in just a little bit of adventure for just a little bit of careful. On the road, I found my muses. Off the road, I lost my mind. I'm fine, just some bumps and bruises. Painting takes a canvas, and music takes time. And I don't get anxious about my pancreas. To be honest, I'm not even sure what that thing does. I'm just sure grateful that it's in me. And I no longer have an appendix. I lost that thing in Vegas in 2003, my first tour. And I am ready for what you give me. I'm already forgetting about betting on my own setting sun. And now that all that's done, let us shine until the morning comes. And I wanna thank you for all I've been through and all I'll go through to get close to you, and one day hopefully know I always knew you. Seeing as I know you now, let us dance until this dance is through. On the road I found my muses, off the road I lost my mind. I'm fine, just some bumps and bruises. Painting takes a canvas, and music takes time. Music takes time. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Off the road, I lost my uses. On the road, I found my shine. And I'm fine, just some bumps and bruises. Painting takes a canvas. And music takes time. Music takes time. The one who listens understands. That's a good one. The sun came up and the sun went down. I'm looking for reasons in my head again. Where are you now? Where you've always been. Far from where I am. Did I keep you there? Or did you run? Was it what I didn't do? Was it what I done? I've been hanging out alone, living on my own, just breathing. My heart's with you. Thought we tried to build a home. Turns out I was wrong. I was just leaving, leaving like I do, leaving like I do, like I do. words came out and they fell to the floor. And I'd pray to the heavens they'd go back in again. Such a simple solution. Turn back around. Little bit of sugar and we're good again. Did I talk too much or not at all? Something must be wrong with my head, 'cause I can't recall. And I've been hanging out alone, living on my own, just breathing. My heart's with you. Thought we tried to find a home. Turns out I was wrong. I was just leaving, leaving like I do, leaving like I do, like I do. I was looking for a bright side moment ever since about the day I was born. Always headed for a bright light, wondering what it might have in store. Through the dark of the dead-end roads and the people who are not what they seem, left myself alone again with me. And I was looking for a bright side moment when you took me in, you set me down slow. You calmed my nerves, eased my mind, then you hit me with the heat, and you showed me what the real thing is. The bright lights are blinding, and I need reminding that my light shines brightest when I see the bright side of you. I was looking for a way out of the maze on those crazy days. Hung around long enough to peek out of the shade without changing my ways. I'm a champion, a prize fight lover, and I'm covered up with wounds from the war. But I'm yours if you want me, I'm yours. And I was looking for a bright side, Mom, but when you took me in, you set me down slow. You calmed my nerves, eased my mind, then you hit me with the heat, and you showed me what the real thing is. Bright lights are blinding, and I need reminding that my light shines brightest when I see the bright side of you. The bright side of you, yeah. When I see the bright side of you. Your eyes get blinded, try too hard to find it. And I get excited when I see the bright side, when I see the bright side of you. the right side of you. When I see the bright side of you, the right side of you. So much stuff going through my head as I'm playing these songs in this beautiful barn, right next to Levon's drum kit. I don't know. I think I'm overthinking, which is the norm for me, I guess. But it's like, man, what would Levon do? He'd be like, stop thinking so much, have more fun, dance out the song. That's what I came up with. I don't know. I didn't know Levon. But what I got? What an inspiration. What a cool thing to be in his home. Mother Nature sat down at the table that I had built with my hands. Her fingers folded, listening to how I'd use the land. And when my voice finally faded, she caught upon the reins and the wind. And I felt her prayer from the outside looking in. Audubon had a baby, gave the birth later in life. Never would have had her as a maybe, nor as an unwed wife. And when that golden child was born, perfect and free from sin, I sent my congratulations, love from the outside looking in. Danger, danger, call a fire ranger, the wind doth blow, and we need some help down here. Good intentions, but reckless and careless, looking to the outside, stop looking in. Little girl in the garden, dancing, and it seems like she knows that she alone makes the sunrise, makes the flowers grow. She'll make many more like me, and he'll build a home for their kin. And we'll all stand here in reverence, smiling from the outside looking in. Man makes a meal out of mankind. Man makes it dry where it rains. Man makes his buildings holy, turns his God into gains. Man looks down at his sister, sharing a silent secret, wondering why he's on the outside looking in. Danger, danger, beat up the strangers, fortify the walls and win. Point the finger at anyone, anywhere we have not been. Heaven waits for the weary, heaven waits for the kind. Heaven waits for the sinners, heaven shows up on time. And if heaven is what you make it, then that's what this is all about. Heaven's there on the inside, looking out. Heaven's here on the inside, looking out. far as I can tell, you're perfect. And there's no such thing as perfect. So okay, you're not perfect, but still. Men are supposed to be strong, and women are supposed to be perfect. And you're perfect, as far as I can tell. And I know you shine a different kind of light when you're not around all of these strangers. When the sun goes down and the moon is at its brightest, I know how an attitude changes. Believe me, I do. Still, I think you're perfect. And I know you're not perfect. And that's what's perfect about you. I need to get to the gym so I can get strong, so I can meet a lady who's luscious and long, and we can take pictures by the sea while the red sun sets so perfectly. But I look into the mirror now at what looks back. 5 foot nothing with 40-ounce abs. I'll do my work, but it might take long, and I can act like a jerk when I don't feel strong. And I know I feel a different kind of right when I ease up on expectations. When I'm in my underwear by refrigerator light and I forget about all of my graces. Oh, I'm a sight to see. And I gotta work on my core. And I sort of dribble when I pee. And apparently I snore. But I'm perfect. And I know I'm not perfect. And that's what's perfect about me. Perfect messed me up. I'm not gonna lie, for so long I just beat myself up and held myself to where I never could be. And it took a good shrink to point it out to me. And he helped me with my head and he helped me with my sight. And I'll tell you what he said that turned on my light. He said, if things don't have to be perfect, it's a lot easier for them to be right. And I know we shine a different kind of light when we realize we're not in danger. Do your work, try to get it right, but take it as an education. We're all still in school. Sit up straight and try not to drool. 'Cause you're perfect. And I know you're not perfect. And that's what's perfect about you. 'Cause you're perfect. And no, you're not perfect. And that's what's perfect about you. I'm just gonna play until people tell me to stop. You make it seem like you don't know it, but we're in it together. I like to think we'll drop the differences before it's too late. Sure been a long time to wait. Meanwhile pretending we're not shoulder to shoulder. Sure spent a long time in the wrong line, but I can't fix it with your finger in my face. Stop pushing me around. Stop pushing me around. Stop pushing me. I got a cousin in the desert, thinks that it's all over. He thinks it's all a big conspiracy, and now it's too late. Should've picked the wrong time to hate. Meanwhile, forgetting when it's over is over. Should've spent a long time on the wrong line, but I can't fix it with you screaming in my ear. Stop pushing me around. Stop pushing me around. Stop pushing me. Should've picked the wrong time to hate. Meanwhile, forgetting when it's over is over. Should've spent a long time on the wrong line, but I can't fix it with your finger in my face. Stop pushing me around. Stop pushing me around. Stop pushing me around. Stop pushing me around.
I was gonna do one more if that's all right. Yeah, that's cool. Cause I'm sorry to go long. But that's cool. And the stuff we could cut out if you want. Or whatever. Yeah, no, it's cool. I just had it in my head to do this one, so. Thanks, guys. People I know, places I go, make me feel tongue-tied. I can see how people look down there on the inside. Here's where the story ends. People I see weary of me showing my good side. I can see how people look down, I'm on the outside. Here's where the story ends. Oh, here's where the story ends.
Is that little souvenir from a terrible year, which makes my eyes feel sore. And I never should have said the books that you read were all I loved you for. And it's that little souvenir from a terrible year, which makes me wonder why. And it's the memories that we shared that make me turn red. Surprise, surprise, surprise. Crazy, I know. Places I go make me feel so tired. I can see how people look down. I'm on the outside. Here's where the story ends. Oh, here's where the story ends. Yes, that little souvenir from a terrible year, which makes my eyes feel sore. And whoever would have thought the books that you brought were all I loved you for. Oh, the devil in me said, go down to the shed, I know where I belong. But the only thing I ever really wanted to say was wrong, was wrong, was wrong. And it's that little souvenir from a colorful year, which makes me smile inside. And so I cynically said, the world is that way. Surprise, surprise, surprise. Here's where the story ends. Oh, here's where the story ends. Oh, here's where the story ends. Here's where the story ends. Thanks for having me. Thanks, guys. Oh, thank you so much. I was waiting.